We just were able to connect with MPCA today and receive their presentation this afternoon.
But the public hasn't been able to see it for. Let's go for the 5-6 days, right?
It's in the paper packet.
It's in the paper packet at the.
Yeah, I know, but there's a reason why we have a Wednesday date where stuff has to be here, is so the public can look at it. And then they come to us and ask questions about it, and then our job is to turn around and ask the presenters the question. And if they're not given a fair chance to look at something, then we don't get an opportunity to ask questions during the presentation. And they won't probably come back for questions, right?
But the intention for this one, Counselor, was for us to provide information, no decisions, and to come back at a later date so that there's an opportunity to have that information to ruminate on.
I think I generally agree with you. I think there might be value given that there's several parties that we can get kind of all the information tonight as opposed to breaking that up.
Okay.
But I do understand your concern on that.
Could we add a public comment portion of that?
That's why I was asking.
Moving it down to
item
9A.
9A
Okay.
under unfinished business. And then procedurally, well, I'll keep going down through. Item 7A, council minutes are updated. Item 7F, cropland bid results did not come in until late yesterday afternoon, and they're updated. Item 7H is removed, which is work session minutes. Item 7I is regular council minutes from April 13th. Item 8A has been removed at the applicant's request. Staff is requesting to move unfinished business ahead of planning business. And to the point that Councilmember Schultz asked about, the reason for having item 6C move under unfinished business is in order to facilitate an opportunity for public comment on the organics presentations. Items 13 is updated. The city council schedule has been updated. Item 14A is amended to replace the Steve Grove improvements with a purchase or sale of real property. And item 14A2 is removed. Oh, and item 7K, the resolution was updated with there is erroneous information in the resolution, and that's been corrected.
Okay. Thank you. Anything from council?
Mr. Mayor, just real quick.
Yeah.
If anybody's here for 8A, the culturing center. Can I get you to raise your hand? Nobody? Everybody got the information? Good. Just figured we'd not waste their time. So, thanks.
Good deal. Okay.
We did send emails to everybody who had comments, and we put it out publicly to try and make sure that we got that information out as quickly as possible.
Appreciate it. Unless there's anything from council, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Oh, sorry. Opposed. 4-1. Sorry about that, John.
That's all right.
Commission representatives, we have Peter and Gary from Planning and Parks and Trails respectively. Appreciate it, guys. And then on to open forum for items not on today's agenda. If anyone would like to come up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record, and Jake can walk you through it.
So Mayor, we did receive one email comment, but now that we have adjusted the agenda, it would not be an open forum discussion. It actually will be discussed as a comment on the record during the organics presentation. If anyone else would like to come forward for something not on the agenda, we have a card to fill out. Please state your name, your address, and please come forward.
Takers, okay. And we will move on to consent agenda, which consists of, oh, no, it won't, sorry, I skipped over a big portion of the agenda there. We'll do presentations. First is 6A. We have recognition of Clyde Bechtold, who is retiring from Public Works or has retired from Public Works after 33 years. And I think Jay's gonna put some pictures up there, and I've got a resolution that I can read.
So I put the pictures up of Clyde faithfully served the community of Corcoran as a heavy equipment operator, keeping our roads safe and year round. He retired actually last Friday. We held a great party for him here last Wednesday. We did invite him to attend. He is at his new home up north, and he respectfully declined.
Got out of Dodge quick. That's cool.
I do, just as is our tradition, have a resolution honoring Clyde for his retirement. And whereas Clyde Bechtold will retire from the Public Works Department effective March 22nd, 2024 from the city of Corcoran, Minnesota, after serving as a heavy equipment operator for 33 years. And whereas Clyde Bechtold began his career in the Public Works Department in the city of Corcoran on March 1st, 1991. On his first day of employment, Clyde was initiated into snowplowing with the infamous 1991 Halloween blizzard. Whereas during his years of faithful and dedicated service to the city of Corcoran, Clyde Bechtold has been a committed public servant, having conducted himself in a highly professional manner, contributing to the betterment of the Public Works Department and the community as a whole, and selflessly arriving as needed to ensure safe roads during snow and storm emergencies, and working on special road projects. Whereas Clyde Bechtold has expanded his experience and obtained his water license along with many other public works achievements and duties during his 33 years of employment. Now therefore be it resolved by the city council hereby commends and thanks Clyde Bechtold for his many years of dedicated public work services, especially for his positive contributions to the Corcoran Public Works Department, and he has wished a healthy and enjoyable retirement. And couple. And a newer tradition that we do, and usually when they're here, it's a little more fun, but figured I'd still mention a couple. 1991 facts from when Clyde started, besides the infamous snowstorm. 91 was the last year that the Twins or any Minnesota team won a championship. Counselor Nichols had a comment earlier that maybe Clyde was the reason why, so maybe now that he's not.
I'm not casting blame, but it's kind of coincidental.
Could be. The Dow Jones closed above 3,000 for the first time in history in 1991. The Soviet Union was officially dissolved on September 2nd, ending the Cold War officially.
Clyde may have did that too.
Yeah.
I took care of that.
The Pittsburgh Penguins won their first Stanley Cup, defeating the North Stars in 6 games. The Chicago Bulls won their first NBA championship, and Disney released their 30th animated feature film, Beauty and the Beast. So, that's a while ago.
Beauty and
Thank you. Now we'll go on to 6B, which is a review of 4M fund investments.
Thank you.
So Mayor and Council, if I could introduce Corey Boyer. He works for us. He works for PMA, but he is the person who helps us stay apprised of what's happening with our resources that have been invested in the 4M fund. We're bringing this information forward in order to have that as a foundation for future decisions as we consider investment alternatives.
Great. Council, Mayor, thanks for the opportunity to come out tonight. Jay mentioned my name is Corey Boyer with PMA. Along the fun facts line, 1991, we did not exist in Minnesota. So there you go. There's your fun fact. Just want to give a very brief overview of PMA. We're celebrating our 40th year out of our headquarters in Illinois, but Minnesota, our office opened in '98. So we've been working in Minnesota for the last 26 years, working with public entities. We've only worked with public entities in the state, whether it be our office is out of Elderville, that's where we do our administration work associated with the funds that we manage. We work with over 150 schools in the state with one of the funds, and then with the 4M fund that I'll introduce in a little bit. We work with over 400 municipal entities in the 4M fund, so that's our focus in Minnesota is the public sector. PMA companies made up of 3 different entities, all of the common ownership, all serving a different role in the work that we do, so we can service our public entities throughout the state of Minnesota. We have an investment advisory arm, a securities arm. We're talking more about all of that later out. PMA, we're most known probably in the municipal sector through our work with the League of Minnesota Cities Corcoran Fund Program. The next page, Jay, we can kind of talk a little bit about the fund. So the Corcoran Fund has been around since 1987. It is the league's program, so the league board serves as trustee to the fund. We were hired, PMA was hired back in 2007 to take over administration of that. So really that involved all the day-to-day work, working with cities, municipal entities throughout the state that are in the fund. We were also hired through our investment advisory arm as the investment advisor to the foreign fund. And so we are also through our St. Louis Park office, where we have that arm of the company. They are managing the portfolios of the foreign fund as well. The fund is rated, so it's been around since 87. It's not always been rated, but it is now a rated fund. But obviously being around since 87, it's been through a lot of market cycles. But it's always been managed very conservatively. And I think the rating that it now has is an indicator of that focus on safety. Obviously, as a public sector fund, you have to really be focused on the safety of those dollars that we're managing. So it's worked its way through many market cycles and has never lost dollars for the public entities that participated in the fund. I mentioned over 400 participants now in the fund. So it's a well-used program throughout the state. And it is also, we have an account, obviously Corcoran has been in the program, I think since 2017, as I recall. When we established that account, we link it up with a local bank to make it very easy to use, shipping dollars back and forth as needed. The next page, when we start to look kind of holistically, the program has really evolved over the years. It started back in 87, it's just a money market program, so a savings program for public entities. Over the years, a lot of additional investment options that come into play. And so right now we've got, as you look at holistically from a duration or maturity target, you know, on the short end, we've got the money market options that are available for participants. Intermediate, we've got term series, they're called. This is a fixed rate, fixed maturity program that we can offer. We also have our foreign limited term duration fund, which is a longer focused investment fund that's available, as well as fixed rate investments, anything really that's allowed by statute. The city can also purchase those directly through our fixed rate program with the fund. Right now, Corcoran has dollars sitting in the money market programs. We've got some holdings on the fixed rate, some fixed rate investments, CD programs, CD investments that we have. But there's nothing really in the middle. We can kind of talk about what the market is showing us right now, what might make sense for a portion of the city's funds. So if we look at markets just briefly, I don't want to talk a lot about markets. We hear a lot about this in the news, but this is just kind of type of information we look at when we're managing the portfolios. And this is really looking at it from two perspectives. One from the Fed, you hear a lot about the Fed and their hints that rates are going down. We don't know exactly when. Right now, the market thinks June, could be a little later, just depends on different data points that come in. But as you look at these lines, the blue and the gray is really what the Fed has been thinking over the last 3 months, where rates are headed. Obviously, they think rates are going down. What we don't know is when they start and how quickly they'll come down. But obviously, the expectation from the Fed is that over the next 2 to 3 years, we should see rates continue to come down. And these are more short-term rates that they're focused on. The green line is market expectation. So the market is pretty much in line with what the Fed's been saying over the last few quarters. And so right now, interest rates on the short end are very competitive, very strong, but the expectation is they are going to come down in the next 2 years. The next page kind of looks at really the same information, looking at it through a different perspective. This is looking at it from today's treasury yield curve. And so right now, the blue line is basically the current treasury yield curve. If you were to buy a short-term treasury right now, you're going to get your best rates. As you start to go longer, rates come down. And so, again, this is just an expectation. The market's showing an expectation of a declining rate environment. That dotted green line is what the market thinks the yield curve will look like in 1 year. So, again, it's pretty clear. Rates are going to be coming down on the short end. Longer term rates, they don't expect a lot of variation. But in the world we live in with the public sector, we're really focused on that short end from 0 to 3 years is kind of the main focus. And so we do expect to see some declining rates here over the next year. And so if we look at the city's holdings, this was as of last week, but they ran it for the packet. As I mentioned, the city right now in your general account The top two lines are your liquid, money market holdings. You've got, about 8 million, liquid as of today. And again, at the current time, those rates are very strong, right about 5.3% of money market rates. There were some CDs that matured, earlier this week. And so, as I talked with Jay, we'll kind of follow up on that after this discussion to see what might make sense from an investment standpoint or a reinvestment of those dollars. As you can see, there are a couple more CDs that are in the portfolio. So looking again at what we expect with the market, I think the discussion around tonight is maybe what should the city look at moving forward, knowing that those money market rates are probably going to start to inch down here over the next year. So the next page just kind of looks at options. You know, it's pretty straightforward. Right now, the money market rates can change daily. So knowing that those are coming down, should we start to look at locking in some of these rates? Obviously, they're from a relative to where we were 2 years ago, these rates are very good. And so if we can find ways to lock in some of these higher rates, get those locked into your portfolio, you can take advantage of that over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever term you might be looking at. We can look at all of these types of investment options into your portfolio to establish that fixed rate environment for a portion of those dollars. I also mentioned our limited term duration fund. That's a fund that you can transfer dollars into, gives you exposure to a little bit longer piece of the market. You do still have monthly access to it, so you're not locking it up. It's still liquid from a monthly standpoint. But again, it's going to give you a little exposure to longer securities versus where you have them in that money market. And really our goal, like the bottom says, we just want to try to enhance your income today, as well as looking forward, what's going to be the best thing for the city to enhance income. But knowing we have to keep some liquidity there. Obviously we have to pay the bills. We want to make sure we have some liquid dollars that we can shift back to the city as needed, for an operation. So with that, Mayor, Council, I'll answer any questions you might have. Again, we want to talk about, you know, what might make sense holistically from an investment standpoint, for the city portfolio, kind of as we move ahead into this, what it could be a declining rate environment.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. Go for it. Do we know our liabilities? We have assets, but do we have an idea what our liabilities are?
The short answer would be yes. That would be our long-term financial management plan, which is with Northland.
Yeah,
The plan that Tammy briefs us on, that projects our long-term liabilities.
yes. So do we match it with, if it's a long-term liability, do we have the assets be long-term also?
So it also projects when we're going to have to look at bonding in order to try and meet some of those liability requirements. An example would be here in 2024, we were projected to go for bonding in 2024. Instead, we looked at a lot of the CIP requirements were not coming until 2025. And with the recent things that we went through with getting the 2022 audit done and talking with our different financial advisors, it was recommended that we not bond in 2024. And we demonstrate that with our 2023 audit, we are able to recover from the deficiencies in 2022, which we're on track to do, which will help with our bond rating at the beginning of 2025. And so it's working closely. Corey helps us make sure that we keep a pulse on those things when we do bond. He's providing information to make sure we're hitting our spend down requirements to avoid arbitrage on the proceeds from those bonds. And we're communicating regularly about that. And then Tammy works with us to identify those future liabilities to ensure that we have the assets necessary to meet those requirements. I don't know if
We
that
should
answers your
never avoid
question.
arbitrage. Arbitrage is actually good. But, yeah, it does. Thank you. I have questions for you. Are you a fiduciary on our account?
We do not act as a fiduciary. I work for the broker dealer side of it. Our investment advisor, in their role, they have a fiduciary duty to the 4M fund, to the lake, in their role as an investment advisor.
Okay,
We work very much the same as fiduciary, but we don't have an official fiduciary role as a broker dealer.
so where's the advisor tonight?
Pardon?
Where's the advisor tonight?
The advisor, they don't work specifically on the city's fund. are in the city's account. They work overall for the 4M fund. If you ever want to get an overall review of the 4M program from an investment advisory standpoint, they'd be happy to come out and have that discussion. I guess this was more just focused on specifically Corcoran's holdings.
Are they, so aren't you the same company?
The investment advisor, the PMA Asset Management and Securities and Financial Network, yep.
Yes.
Common ownership, correct,
So are they, so they're a fiduciary?
to the fund, correct. As the advisor to the fund.
What about to us?
Through your participation in the fund, so you have your participating interest in the 4M fund, but they are the investment advisor to the fund, but not to the city itself, if that makes sense. So their relationship is with the league. The league.
Yeah.
They're done to act as advisory.
So from Corcoran's perspective, fiduciary is a duty to act on behalf of whoever you're the fiduciary for, right?
Say that one more.
Fiduciary responsibility is acting in the interest of the person who you're the fiduciary for.
Right.
So if someone is the fiduciary for Corcoran, then that person has to do what's in Corcoran's best interest.
Correct.
But if they're the fiduciary for the 4M fund, then they have to do what's in the best interest of the 4M fund.
Fund as a whole.
Yeah. So the people that are advising us, their responsibility is not to us, but to the 4M fund.
As the investment advisor to the fund, correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who advises us?
We can assist with that. Again, there's a lot of layers to that level of duty.
Yeah.
You know, we always look at it kind of through that same lens, but officially as a broker dealer and through our role as the administrator to the fund, we don't, it's not defined fiduciary duty. You know, one thing, Jay, and you brought up questions about liability. One of the services that the fund offers that we had talked briefly about was a cash flow service. That is a service that we provide at no cost to the city. It's just part of a service from the fund standpoint.
Yeah.
And that would help lay out those liabilities. Again, it's not a fiduciary relationship or anything like that. It's more of a consultant offering.
Sure. Okay. So we don't have a fiduciary who acts in the best interest of Corcoran.
Right.
If I may, Councilmember, I believe that probably would have been formerly attributed to the role of the finance manager who was advising 4M or whoever else as we had investments. And part of the reason I asked Corey to come here was for us to begin this conversation about who does the city want to have fiduciary responsibility to ensure that we're getting enhance the income of the city to the degree that we want to while maintaining that liquidity.
Yeah, so the NAV can dip below 1, right?
It can, sure.
Why wouldn't you use a product that doesn't dip below 1?
It was depending on the program you're looking at. So we've got the money market programs that we call a stable value fund, $1 share price. We can't say ever that it can't go below 1, but it never has, I guess is the best way to say that. Like I mentioned, it's been around since '87, it's never lost money. It's never broken the buck, as they say. It's never gone below 1, but I can't say it can't if it could. The LTD fund or limited term duration fund is a variable NAV program. So again, based on its structure being long-term focused or longer-term focused, there's a strike price or a share price that you buy in at. Over time, that product grows from coupon payments from change in market price. So then it's similar to like a bond mutual fund that you might purchase on a purchase basis. So it's a different program with a variable NAV. Again, it would take a pretty extreme market shift to send it down, but again.
Yeah, and then I want to understand your fees. What are your fees?
Our fees are negotiated with the league. Again, there's the administrator, investment advisor. It's all spelled out. There's a basic prospectus to the fund out on our website or on the 4M fund website. So when we quote rates, like 5.3% money market rate, currently that's net of fee. But we are basically compensated by the league as the administrator and investment advisor. The fee schedule is in the information.
So what is Dane Rauscher's or RBC Dane, what is their role?
They were the sub-advisor to the fund,
Yeah.
up until PMA was hired as the investment advisor, so they used to have that advisory role. They are no longer, the SOTA advisors, they were replaced when we were hired.
Oh, okay.
I know there was some, when we talk about fixed rate programs that we can offer, the CDs, treasuries, those types of securities that we can offer through the foreign fixed rate program. RBC was associated with that as well in the past, and some of those accounts were grandfathered in where they could invest some fixed rate product for some of the foreign participants.
Is that still the case?
They are still for those that are grandfathered, yeah.
Oh, okay. Are we grandfathered?
I don't believe RBC
became in
was ever
2017.
The, what are the other fees? Do you know?
Well, like the fixed rate programs, that would be on a brokerage relationship, so that would be on a per transaction, but again, we quote net fee, but we can
Yeah.
certainly have that discussion and disclose those if the city wants that. Otherwise, like I mentioned, there are like the cash flow programs, the bond proceeds programs we do for the city. There are no charges for those services, that's just a service that's offered as part of the foreign fund program.
Custodial fee?
Custodial fee, US Bank is the custodian of the fund. And so they are hired by the league, active custodian, they also offer, banking services, or banking services provided to the fund, there's some cities that use US Bank. But that is between the league pays, US Bank directly.
Yeah. Okay. Do you get any, do you do any soft dollar allocation within your portfolio?
Nope.
You sure?
And we can certainly send the information, but yeah, there's no.
If I read something that said you do in your prospectus, would you change your answer?
I can look, I mean, I honestly, I'm not familiar with any, but again, I could come back to it details if you want.
Okay. I don't have any questions for you, but I'd like to have a discussion.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, maybe let's see if there's any other questions, then we can get into a discussion.
I had a question, primarily for staff. So we showed a balance about 8 million in these various products today. For funds that are not with 4M, what kinds of rates do we get in our other mechanisms of handling those balances?
I don't know offhand. I can get that information for you and come back. This is where the bulk of our resources are, so I've been paying attention to those. And Corey came and briefed us soon after I got here. And as I mentioned, I was concerned about the bond proceeds and making sure that we are hitting our gates for arbitrage. But I can definitely get that information for you.
I have it.
You know that?
Yeah. I've got
Good.
it.
And then this is a more open question. What happens with escrow funds?
So that's a complicated answer, and escrow has been handled in a couple different ways, and we're trying to clean that up right now so that our processes are much clearer and cleaner. And so if you'd like, I could come back and give you the more full answer on how we handle it, because we inherited before with the old system, we inherited some ways that escrows were being tracked. And then when we went into BSNA, some of them were put in BSNA, but the way that they're tracked in BSNA within our accounting system is hinky. It's not an escrow fund. It's actually called the bond fund, BSNA bond. Is that the right language?
Yeah, they call it a bond.
So it's a bond module.
But we,
And so we're trying to use it to do that. And so when I first got here, I was like, oh, our pulse on escrows and the ebb and flow of escrows is much more complicated than I'm comfortable with. And so we've been meeting every Thursday, working with our financial consultant, with Abdo, with an escrow specialist, trying to clean that up.
Generically, is there interest on escrow?
Just what would be in our normal fund, but
Whatever the bank account would normally pay.
exactly,
we
we're,
get paid into the
we're,
escrow.
we're not maximizing that,
Okay.
if that's your question. And that's also part of the reason why we want to clean it up so that we maintain a pulse on where it's at. And do we have opportunities there to potentially enhance our income? Right now with the potential liabilities there and not sure when inflows and outflows are coming, it's difficult for us to do that. So
Yeah.
we're working towards a better management solution.
Why wouldn't interest for on escrows go to the benefit of the applicant?
Okay, yeah.
It's minimal. I mean, the life of when a plan starts and when a plan ends, it wouldn't be enough to accumulate enough. There's some of the larger, because it's only going in and out.
Yeah.
There's not a way for us to balance off like an average dollar amount per day.
Okay,
It's very complicated because there's also different ways that the escrow come in. So for one development, we could have multiple inflows come in for a particular development. And then it changes because, you know, we've got one on here, to Vera 6th edition. This is the 6th opportunity for us to have escrow related inflows for a development that's been going on for a while. And so there's been outflows for Tavera 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So it's complicated. We're trying to simplify that system.
We don't take money.
right, it's going out to pay the expenses, right, that's used up in the escrow, but if you've got a long-term development. Where the money's sitting there, it's coming in and out, there's probably an average balance over time. And maybe we don't have the software to track that, but I'm sure we can buy software on the market if there's enough money out there. It just doesn't seem right to me if there is any interest income, that goes to the city. It should go back at least to cover additional expenses of the applicant and be returned at some point.
And that's definitely a discussion that we could have. First, I want to make sure that we're prepared to track and project
Yeah,
inflows and outflows in a way that's clear and less labor intensive. And then we want to maximize in order to be as efficient as possible. Right now, I just want to make sure that we're confident. So we're doing it, but it's taking a lot more effort than I wish it did. And so staff's doing a fantastic job making sure that we're keeping track of everything, but there's a way for us to get it all into one system. And then as you talked about, there's alternatives there for us to manage escrow differently. The one that we're using is the no cost alternative right now, which is to pull those things that are not being tracked in our BSNA bond module into the BSNA bond module for the future. We're using what we have on hand and trying to maximize what we have rather than increase our overhead expenses for that.
Thank you.
can I ask what type of funds are going into the long-term fixed investments? Are those the utility funds, things of that nature?
So or do you have any comments on that?
No, I mean, we don't know, from the city standpoint, we don't have a breakdown on our end as to if they're utility or general
Right.
operating dollars or what have you. And right now, as you mentioned, we just have the 2 CDs that are out there to December of 24. So they're maturing in the next 6 months. So having a breakdown from the city standpoint is funded.
Okay, that's where you're saying one of our financial managers should be doing that. The financial manager for the city should be tracking that and making sure we're tying out those investments.
Correct.
I think people look at those big numbers that are sitting in the short-term assets and don't realize they're covering the expenses of the city throughout the year too, so.
And we've had huge outflows. So we have spend down requirements with some of those funds sitting there. So we have to hit 45% by May 11th for the 2023 bond. That's a significant amount of cash. And it's going because if you're watching that water, that's for the water treatment facility. As that's coming through, we've had very high ticket items come through here. And so that's getting spent down pretty quickly.
John, do you want to have discussion on this?
Well, yeah, and I don't know if we have any more questions for you. I have an issue with the 4M fund.
Okay.
And the 4M fund is essentially run by the the advisor to the 4M fund is the same company that runs the 4M fund.
Okay.
So if they had, to your question, if they had a fiduciary duty to us, they wouldn't be able to say, because what we're asking them is where can we get the most bang for the buck in our money?
Mhm.
And they're saying, well, you can get it at our other company, the asset management company. So if you ask for somebody for advice and they tell you, we've searched the universe for the best bang for the buck. And by the way, it happens to be our own company. If they're a fiduciary for us, they wouldn't do that. They would go out and, to your point, they would look at all the other funds that they could use and determine which one had the best rate.
Mhm.
And so I have an issue with, nobody's our fiduciary. Nobody's doing what's in our best interest. And the people that we are charging with running our fund, their interest isn't actually getting the most bang for the buck. It's to feed their own shop revenue.
Gotcha.
And so, I don't know why LMC, League of Minnesota Cities is where we go to ask questions about like bills that are being passed. Give us some legal advice in this circumstance. How do we hold meetings, all this insurance stuff? I don't know why they're in the interest of actually managing the assets, because if you look at the fine print, it says that the League of Minnesota Cities PMA has agreed to pay a royalty to the League of Minnesota Cities in the amount of between 0.01 and 0.02 based on the investment balances in the term series. Fees shall accrue daily and paid monthly. And then they also have an administrator that gets a fee, the LTD gets a fee. The other side of their company gets a fee for being advisory. We also pay a custodial fee. So all of these fee incurring activities with the advisor that has a conflict of interest drag down our potential performance in our fund without a doubt. Especially since the published rates of other funds that act the same are higher than what we have.
Gotcha. I mean, to me, the thing that stands out is that role of the finance manager wouldn't that role be meeting a lot of those?
Yeah, if we had. That wouldn't solve the problem of using 4M. And having them have a conflict of interest of sending our money to the asset management company they own.
Right, but it would potentially, they'd be the person looking deeper into, is this the best option for us to invest in?
Well, yeah, they could potentially get rid of 4M.
They would choose the optimal fund for the city.
Yeah, but there's only 4 funds run by one company.
Yeah, but
Well, that's what I mean. If we had Maggie or whoever the
Yeah,
new person
some
would
new
be,
finance
that's
person.
their role. 4M is one of the choices. They've got to look at all of them. Maybe 4M is the best, maybe it's not. But
Yeah,
that person is our fiduciary when that role is filled.
yeah, but we also have a financial advisor at the 4M fund.
Well, the financial advisor, I believe at the 4M fund, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that advisor is to advise the 4M fund as to where to get the best interest, where they invest. We're just putting our money into that fund. It's like putting your money into a mutual fund. The mutual fund manager is trying to figure out what assets to put that money into to get the best interest rate for that fund.
We pay the advisory arm of their company a fee, and then we also pay the asset management arm.
We pay it, or the League of Minnesota Cities pays it?
Well, if League of Minnesota Cities splits the revenue with the advisory. And so
Well, Jake,
whether they're paying, whether we're paying LMC or LMC and the financial advisor are the same. They're in it together.
Yeah, we're probably paying that out of our dues to LMC.
That's what-
No, we're paying it based on, it's in here, it's based on the dollar amount managed, a percentage goes to LMC.
Okay, guys, hold on one second.
If I could, Mayor and Council, one of the things that I think here is, I'm not disputing by any means what you're suggesting. I would ask what would be the alternative. So as Corey stated, this has been a very fiscally conservative organization since it first came in. That was part of the reason the 4M fund even exists, is to provide an opportunity, not for those highest yields, because they also bear the greatest risk.
That's
But-
not true. Equal yield or equal rating, equal risk, you can get higher yields out there by not limiting yourself to one company. LMC has one company that they use. They're saying cities in Minnesota use this fund.
400 of them.
Yeah.
And the reason is because we as a city in Corcoran, we might be able to find a financial advisor, but with being fiscally conservative, who would we pay to be our fiduciary that has the time and energy in order to manage that to the degree that's going to
There are
maximize?
Groups all over town that'll do that.
But
that work
that's
that-
another relationship. So the point is 4M, the reason 400 cities are doing it is because cities have common needs, and it's admittedly
400 people are doing it because LMC gets a cut and they're encouraged to tell cities to use the 4M fund. There's a huge incentive for them to get their cities to use this fund because they get money from it. If I gave a recommendation that everybody go uses some garbage company and I got a cut for that, it makes me not, well, one, it makes me not a fiduciary, but it's a huge conflict of interest. I think that LMC has a humongous conflict of interest by telling cities to invest in this fund where they get a cut. It's
I
giant.
think that's a good conversation that can be had once we have someone in that role again, which timing of, I'm not sure.
But this just brought it to the agenda.
Right.
So we're gonna have a discussion when this is on the agenda.
Okay.
And I think at a later date, we gotta look at all of this.
Yeah.
All of the fees, all the conflict of interest, nobody's acting on our behalf. It's frustrating. And then they're using an NAV product that can go below 1, which I'd never use for a municipality.
Well, I think when we get a financial manager that has the strength to look into this, that's what we should really focus on
Yeah, for sure.
at that point. But to your point, League of Minnesota Cities didn't tell us to use 4M,
But they recommend it. It's very specific. They recommend it.
but it was brought to staff's attention by council, and council voted on it.
I voted against it.
Do you remember?
But now it
Councilmember
matters
Butter-
because interest rates were 0 for 10 years. Now they're about 5. So every little sliver matters.
Councilmember Bottom, how did we do prior to voting in 2017 to go with 4M? Do you remember what our yields were looking like then and who was managing? as
I think all
fiduciary?
their funds just sat in farmers, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because the time and energy that it takes to do that, as a former finance manager, that's one of the things that I took solace when I was in Shasta, is acknowledging that it's not as good as we might be able to get, but it's the best that I could do at the time and
well,
that I have. Cause I never was a whiz at managing the stock market like that and paying attention to the market rates like that. And with the competing demands of managing all of the other things that we have with inflows and outflows, AP, payroll, knowing that we have somebody who represents our interests.
they don't represent our interest, Jay. They're not a fiduciary to us.
Well, I mean, we can debate that as a council when we put it on the agenda.
It's what I do for a living. There's no debate that they don't represent our interests. But we don't have to have this, we don't have to finish this conversation today, but we do need to have this conversation.
I think that's fair enough. We will certainly do that. But Jay and I will try to figure out when timing of that works best in terms of if we're gonna have someone on board or potentially meet with Abdo to have that conversation or someone. And then bring it back to put it on the agenda.
Yeah.
I think the optimal outcome we should be striving for is the added yield that we gain should be greater than the expense we have to make in order to achieve it.
At the same risk level.
Yeah, so you could foresee having a fiduciary, and what makes them fiduciary is that you're paying them to be your fiduciary. The cost of the fiduciary could be greater than the yield improvement that you get through the fiduciary. So we need to be cognizant of that as we're trying to develop a future state.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, then we are on to with the amended agenda. We have consent agenda items. Seven. A through E. I'm sorry, no, 7A through G and J through L. Does anyone want to pull anything?
We already did the resolution for Clyde, right?
Yep, so we're, did the two presentations, the third one is moved down to just before planning business.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Then we are on to unfinished business, which starts with organics recycling, which was moved there, which was then moved ahead of planning business. A little confusing, but we'll go on to organics recycling. We have our first item, which is Kira Berglund from Hennepin County.
Thanks for having us here tonight. So my name is Kira Bergman. I'm with Environment and Energy in Hennepin County. And I'm currently a composting and recycling specialist. I've been with the county for 9 years. And I support cities with their residential recycling and organics programs. I work with half of our 44 cities, including Corcoran. And I grew up in Maple Grove, so neighboring city. I also teach backyard composting classes to residents, and I help schools reduce waste and set up and improve their recycling and organics programs. And I'm here today to give some background on organics recycling, the policies that have been driving it over the last few years, and present some options for children. So first, just wanted to cover what is in our trash right now. So as you can see, about a quarter of it is organic materials. So that's food scraps, paper towels and napkins, basically things that we can be composting. We can go to the next slide. And so when we look at our diversion rates, as of 2022, still a lot of our waste was going to the trash and either going to a landfill or incinerator or waste to energy. And we have a county goal of 75% diversion from the trash to recycling and organics by 2030. And that's a state mandated goal for the metro area counties. And as you can see, recycling and organics are still a pretty small piece of the pie. So we have a lot of work to do there.
Can I ask you a question on this slide? You're saying this is where our trash is going, right?
All the waste in the county, how it's being managed. So still the majority of it is being managed as trash and going to a landfill or a waste energy.
Waste to energy is going to an incinerator, which turns it into energy. Where is the organics going now?
Yeah, so there's two compost sites. One is in Rosemount and the other is in Shakopee. So those are our two options right now for organics.
Sorry.
Is the Rosemont site a privately owned site?
It was owned by the mulch store and they were purchased by Waste Management, I think in the last year or two.
Thank you.
And then the other one's operated by the Shakopee Milwaukee Sioux Tribe.
John, good question.
You said the majority of, I want to hear what you said. The majority of something is something. The majority of what we're going, or what the waste is either landfilled or waste to energy, right?
Correct.
Obviously, that's what it says. But is waste to energy bad? So you act as if that's bad, but why is that bad?
I mean, it's not, so there's a waste hierarchy. The top would be, reduce and reuse, and then recycle. It's like our next, highest option, and then composting. And then waste to energy, we put above landfilling, because you are getting electricity from burning the trash. We're getting steam from it as well that goes into the district energy. So, you know, what we want to see is 75% going to recycling and organics, and the rest of it probably waste to energy, but time will tell, you know, kind of how the whole system changes. Does that answer the question?
Thought waste energy was being eliminated.
Not for a period of time. So there's, actually Carolyn could probably speak to this better. So Carolyn's my supervisor in the county. The board recently had our department do a study on what it would take to close our Hennepin Energy Recovery Center. And there'd be a lot of things that would need to change before we got rid of that option. But it has been like in discussion with our board.
Is this specifically home waste or is this everything?
Municipal solid waste, so homes, businesses, schools, anything but industrial, you know, like large scale.
Okay.
It's like demolition, construction debris that's managed separately.
Okay, so this home and business.
Yep.
Okay.
So back in 2018, our board voted on a requirement for cities to offer organics. And the timeline for that was cities had to have something in place by January 1st, 2022. Go to the next slide. And so the options are, if a city is over 10,000 residents, they either need to have a citywide organics collection program, or they can require haulers to offer organic service. If a city is under 10,000 residents, they can choose one of those options for curbside collection, or they can offer an organics drop-off. And I'll go into those in a little more detail. So with curbside collection, I'll actually cover that on the next slide a little bit more. But with drop-offs, we do have 15 cities in the county that have a drop-off. So some nearby cities include Dayton, Hanover, Greenfield, and Independence. And one thing that varies based on the program structure is the amount of funding that we pass from the state to cities. So we manage about $3.6 million of SCORE funding from the state. And so if a city has an organics drop-off, they can have $3,300 a year towards that drop-off. So just so you know, in 2023, Corcoran SCORE funds were $13,830. And so about 10,000 of that was towards recycling, and a little under 4,000 was for organics. And that was under the hauler requirement model. Go to the next slide. And so with curbside organics, I mentioned there's those two different models. So for citywide programs, 18 of our cities have a citywide organics program, including Plymouth just launched a new program this month. So again, with the SCORE funding for Corcoran, organics funding would increase from, it's been between like 3,000 and 4,000 to probably our estimate is between 20 and 25,000 if the city did a contract for organics. So we provide more funding for organics for citywide programs because we've seen higher participation in those programs.
Can I ask staff a question? If we were getting funding already for organics recycling through the SCORE program, what was that funding used for? Did it go to just the general recycling offset?
I didn't find out until this week that that was coming in, and so I haven't dug into that yet.
Okay.
When we met with Kira earlier this week, that was the first time that I knew that that funding was coming in.
I don't know
For
that it happens
organics.
for that all that long.
And so I wasn't here last year when
Yeah,
those
no.
decisions were being made.
It would be good to know if
Yeah.
we're using it to subsidize the regular recycling credits that we're giving to city residents through that program with it.
And then, so hauler requirement is the other option. So my understanding is that's what Corcoran has been doing for the last couple of years. We have seen some challenges in recent times, and I'll get into that in a little bit. So one thing is there's been a lack of communication from the haulers and confusion among residents. So we have 10 cities that have the hauler requirement, and we've been hearing from a lot of residents from those cities. But we can support the city with communications and doing mailers We're actually sending one out to 120,000 households this next month, so. We'll go to the next slide.
Is it, what was the thing about the 10,000 residents?
Can we go back to that slide?
No,
Okay.
just off the cuff, under 10,000, you don't have to have the haulers involved if you don't want to. You can have some sort of thing. here.
Offsite, drop site.
Yeah,
You could have. a
but once you get
drop
above 10,000, then the haulers have to be involved.
in some way, correct. Yeah. So I did also want to cover the difference between backyard and organics. So as I mentioned, I teach backyard composting classes. I'm definitely a big fan of it. But it does have some limitations for what you can include. So, when you're backyard composting, you know, it's a smaller scale, it's not gonna be active in the winter, and you can't include things like meat and dairy. Versus organics, you know, we're collecting organics from businesses, from schools, and from homes, and it's all going to a large scale compost site. Those sites get up to 160 degrees, and they're active year round, so they can take any kind of food, meat and dairy, bones, shells from shellfish, basically anything from a plant or animal they can handle. So that's kind of the main differences between the two. Next slide. And so the other piece that came into play last year, and Allison will cover this as well, is a Minnesota state statute. So 115A.93. And basically it's saying that haulers cannot charge residents who recycle more than residents who do not recycle. So my understanding is the goal of that, you know, when it was written many years ago, was to keep the cost of recycling service low so that everyone can participate. The state made a determination in 2023 that this statute now applies to organics. So there's another state statute that defines recyclables, and that definition includes organics, or you can also call them source separated compostable materials. So basically organics are under the umbrella of recycling. And so you could also say, in other words, Minnesota state statute requires that residents who participate in an organics program cannot be charged more than those who do not participate.
So is that why this has become a bigger issue now? So that happened in 2023?
Yes.
So that's the trigger for all of the dialogue we've been having?
Yes, so and I know a lot of the haulers brought it online in kind of December, January. I think is when a lot of them like switched over to that as well. Yeah. And then one other thing that's on the horizon, so we can go to the next slide, is the solid waste management plan. So the Pollution Control Agency released a metropolitan solid waste management policy plan in early 2024, and that informs our plan as well. So the policy plan from the PCA has a required strategy for counties in the 7-county metro area, and that's to make residential curbside organics collection available to cities with a population greater than 5,000 by 2030. Hennepin County will develop our plan, so that's for 2025 to 2031, by October 2024. So we're starting work on it right now, and we'll be doing engagement. And we'll need to address that required strategy of making organics collection available in cities with over 5,000 residents. And so in the next few months, we'll be doing engagement with cities. We announced that to them last week to be getting input from them on all the things on the plan. So that is all I have. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Then I actually have a quick question for council. If we wanted to give a public comment after the collective 3 or after each individual speaker.
I have a question.
Okay.
It's more of a comment, I guess, but it'll be brief. You know what a loamy is? I have one.
Okay.
I love it. So I do compost year round. And I will just say, I know, I'm sure you had nothing to do with this, but I don't like it when the county puts requirements on cities and actually has nothing to do with it once that is done. So it's lazy legislation to just tell the cities that they have to do something and then walk away. So it's kind of irritating from that sense when they have unfunded mandates they put on us and then our residents yell at us as if we did it. So stop doing that.
There are SCORE funds, they do change based on program structure, but I hear you.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah. And I think we'll do probably the public comment. Are there people that wanting to speak in general on this topic?
Mr. Mayor?
You guys shut that down?
No,
No.
we absolutely
It's rammed
cannot.
down our throats.
It's,
We're paying a tax to Hennepin County, and it's forced on us, and there's nothing we can do.
Sir, could I get you to come up to the mic so that we could get your name and your address? Because we absolutely want to hear your comment, please. I think it's helpful feedback. I've been meeting with folks and trying to communicate something similar, and I think it's good for
And
them
what
to
we
hear
can
from
do is
residents.
we can continue to try to advocate for it to the people that can make that decision. And having support.
The deal is, now we.
hold on. We gotta be formal here. We can't just have it be free for all. I love your comments. But how it works is we want it structured and respectful. And so we as a public format, we have to have who you are and your address.
Just, yeah, need a name and address and
Okay,
then.
so up to the
Up to the
microphone, please,
mic
sir.
right there.
Yeah.
Should I go do that?
Yeah,
That'd be great.
Please,
not a lot of people like to do it, so you're speaking for a lot of people and we appreciate that.
My name is Bob Sonnenstall. I live at 6685 Trail Lane, Corcoran, Minnesota. I've been here now for 46 years. This deal with this coming in with composite stuff, they're charging us $22, okay?
a quarter.
Yep, and forced down our throats. And we have about this much to put in that can. I'm not kidding you. I've got 10 acres, so we've been throwing stuff over the bank without no issues whatsoever. And now, if you look at the back paperwork on it, you'll see how much tax is being paid to Hennepin County. Okay, and I'm tired about taxes in Hennepin County, if you understand. But anyway, now what happens, now comes summer, and it gets hot out. And you've got that rotten stuff sitting in that can alongside your house for a week before they come to get that much stuff. And it's just wrong that we're getting all this new stuff shoved down our throats without us to have anything to say about it. And if you understand, you know, if you guys, I don't know if you guys live in Corcoran or not.
We all do.
We have to. We're your council members. If I may real quick, I completely do organics also, as John does, year round. I have a pile of stuff that could start a fire. It gets so warm. I turn it over, I do everything. We are all in this together. So that's who you're talking to. So thank you for coming to the microphone and talking. The issue that I have, and one of the speakers are gonna come up, we're getting charged $22 and some odd cents a quarter, and I haven't seen the damn compost bin yet. To get the compost, I'm gonna be like you right now. To get the compost bin, it's a $40 charge, delivery charge.
Exactly.
I can say all kinds of crappy words and stuff like that. I'm a little displeased also, sir. And you are one of, I don't know how many people are here to talk. You're nothing compared to the phone calls we're getting, and our hands are tied by the policies that have been made, and a few of us aren't big fans of Hennepin County either. No offense, please.
Yeah, for example, my brother-in-law, he lives just outside, he's in
Yeah.
Lake County, just outside of Hennepin County. He gets all them services, okay? At about a tenth of what it's costing us in Portland. And he's not paying Hennepin County tax. When it comes right
Well, we
down to it,
understand.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
We understand very much.
I think that.
That's why we have all of this here tonight.
Yeah. Let's go back to the old days, get rid of all that stuff, just have a burning barrel.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you for standing up.
Sure.
That'd be great.
So I just wanted to clarify the taxes and fees on the following invoices or bills, because it is not super clear. So any state or county taxes and fees are on the trash. It's not on the organics, and that goes to fund our programs, basically. So we work with schools, multifamily, with basically everyone to help them, improve recycling. And the fee that's being charged by the hauler is not going to us. It's going to them, and the hauler are choosing what to charge. So another model would be to do a city contract where you have a set rate. And what we've seen in the hauler requirement cities, most are paying $5 to $10 a month. And in a contract, you could set that rate.
See, that's more work for us. You're making us do more work still, but, and not funding it, telling us what to do.
I'm just saying it's an option. So right now, one option, since you're under 10,000 residents, would be to have a drop off. And then when you approach, because it sounds like there's a lot of developments, so Michelle and I have been talking about all the developments, that you will be approaching 10,000 in the next couple of years.
Question,
You could change the
what,
format.
how is that determined? The
The-
population in between census?
I think we look at the Met Council data, right? When we need to get yearly data.
Okay. Thank you.
And we get household numbers from the city. So each year we do reporting.
Okay.
And so that informs the score funds. So, with our 44 cities, we get the most updated household counts, and that's how the funding is distributed through population.
All haulers are required to offer it, but they're not required to provide it, correct? If nobody asks for it?
That is correct. So my understanding is Republic has some customers, but the other 3 haulers do not currently.
Republic has
7.
7 out of 1,053 customers that basically ruined it for the city, so thank you all. So I have switched myself to a different hauler for a third of the price.
We're gonna get to
Yeah,
Republic in a
we
little
will.
bit.
Yep.
So
We will,
hang
we
on,
will.
you'll have your opportunity.
And then I think we'll do a general,
Yep.
public comment at the end of all three, is probably the easiest way for going forward.
Any other questions from Kira?
Thank you.
Thanks for
I'm glad you're here.
coming up. Very glad. You do a lot of work. We appreciate it. Just something's gotta get fixed, so.
Thank you. Next, we have Matt Herman from Republic.
No, Allison.
I'm sorry, Allison from the M.
Sounds like our city's gonna stay at 9,999 for the next 25 years.
Members, thank you for inviting me here to speak tonight. I'm with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. My name is Allison Cameron. I am not an organics expert. I'm here on behalf of my other team members. So if you have any specific questions, I might have to take them back to the team and get back to you. So first thing I want to talk about is the PCA did not create the laws I'm about to talk about. We play an important role in assuring their compliance, but our legislature is responsible for creating these laws. Like Kira spoke about, the Minnesota statute 115A.551 set the 75% recycling requirement, and that is for our metro counties. So that is due by December 31st, 2030. Each county should be meeting their goal of 75% recycling. We really can't get to that rate unless we include organics in that count.
What happens if you don't? What happens to a county that is at 74.5% or 50%?
Yeah, I won't be the decision maker on that. However, it could affect funding if there's not showing meaningful efforts being made toward that goal.
Would that just be score funding or does it go beyond that?
There's also LRDG funding. That is a fund that comes off of the tax dollars that are collected at landfills.
Want her to slow down while you're typing?
No, I got it.
All right.
So Minnesota statute 115A.552 is the opportunity to recycle. This requires our counties to provide a recycling center, curbside pickup, and also monthly pickup. So in particular, the curbside pickup is for cities with a population of 5,000 or more, and the monthly pickup is also for 5,000. And why we're all here tonight, Minnesota statute 115A.93 subdivision 3C. A licensing authority shall prohibit mixed municipal solid waste collectors from imposing a greater charge on residents who recycle than on residents who do not recycle. The intent of this statute is to promote recycling and to ensure that it is not cost prohibitive or more expensive for anyone who wants to recycle. There should be no price reduction or savings if one chooses not to recycle. There is no opt-out of paying the fee for recycling service. The licensing authority is responsible for implementing this requirement. The MPCA can hold licensing authorities accountable, but the actual enforcement of any prohibition adopted by the licensing authority is their responsibility. Licensing authorities may impose requirements that are consistent with the county's solid waste policies as a condition of receiving and maintaining the license. A licensing authority shall prohibit mixed municipal solid waste collectors from imposing the greater charge on residents who do not recycle. And a license is required for any haulers that are picking up mixed municipal solid waste. And so according to state statute, that licensing authority is given to either cities or counties. I believe in Hennepin's the authority that is giving out those licenses. All right, next slide. Why should everyone pay? This supports clean water, air, and land to support healthy communities and ecosystems and a strong economy in Minnesota. Everyone benefits when more people participate. It's not just the households that opt to place their organics in the recycling cart that benefit from organic recycling. We all gain reduced greenhouse gas emissions, improved soil and water quality, a strong economy, and reduced reliance on landfills. Sharing the cost reduces barriers to participating. Charging only the households that participate creates a disincentive to join organics recycling programs and raises the cost for those who do not participate. Communities that charge every household have have dramatically higher participation rates and collect more recyclables and organics than communities that charge only subscribers. This is consistent with state law. Minnesota has become a national leader when it comes to recycling, in part thanks to a provision adopted into the Waste Management Act in 1991 that prevents households from being charged more for the recycling.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What happens with our recycling? Is it recycled in this state or is it bundled and shipped out of state?
Yes, we have a really robust recycling system right here in Minnesota and also in the metro area. Our recycling is not leaving. If you put a material in a recycling bin, it is tracked and it is managed and that's reported to the state.
What do we do to control microplastics from our recycling?
Ooh, that I'm not an expert on. I can get back to you on that. So like I mentioned, that this law has been applied to bottles, cans, cardboard, and other recyclables for more than 30 years. The rollout of a curbside organics program has required raising rates, but I think it's good to think of this as a preventive action. The great Benjamin Franklin, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We say this a lot at the MPCA. If we continue to landfill materials that could be managed using strategies recognized higher on the waste hierarchy, we're strapping the future taxpayers of Minnesota with the expensive end of care for additional landfills. Closed landfills must be monitored and managed into perpetuity to protect the environment and human health. They produce contaminated fluids called leachate and gas that must be managed properly to avoid polluting groundwater or affecting nearby structures. everyone in the state is bearing the cost of these closed landfills. So the legislature is evening the playing field for all Minnesotans with this requirement to charge all residents equally. Organics are one of the most prominent and problematic materials found in landfills, and organic recycling programs help reduce our reliance on landfills.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, and then third, we have Matt.
Thank you, Allison.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We have Matt from Republic, Matt Herman from Republic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the time. My name is Matt Herman, Public Services in Delano, formerly Randy Sanitation. Happy to be Corcoran's traditional recycling partner for a number of years, and looking forward to continuing that, expanding that relationship. Thank you for state and county coming out and talking through this, what's been a very complicated issue. That's changed quite a bit. Staff and I have talked several times over 9 months, going back to how this situation would be handled. And clearly it's been ever changing and complicated. First, I wanted to address a couple things that I heard from council so far tonight. There was a cart delivery fee, our initial rollout, and it took us about 10 days, I think, to identify that, address it with county staff, and remove it. It wasn't a decision that we made to say, let's go put that fee on organics. It was a behind the scenes fee that was standard. We removed it and we refunded it wherever it was charged. So if you have heard otherwise, I would be very happy to look into that and get that individual refund. But I think we had really no more than 20 or 30 in a short window that had paid it, and we backed all those up. So that has been addressed. So a Republic, Randy's customer today who wants a card, give us a call, we'll bring it to you at no charge, and your service starts on your next regular weekly service day. So one of the complexities with this issue, and Councilmember Schultz, sounds like you left us because we did this thing that we are obligated to do in order to comply with our city license, county ordinance, and state law. So we're doing the best that we can to comply with all the different rules that are the standards that we're held to. And I'm sorry that we lost your business because we were trying to comply. I would disagree with the assertion that if there are other haulers operating in the city today, but they just don't have anybody participating yet, but they're not supposed to be levying the charge. The entire premise behind this charge is that people who make the decision to do it aren't charged, aren't penalized for it. And that's exactly what's being allowed to happen when some haulers are allowed to not comply. They're providing an incentive financially for their customer base not to make that decision. So whether I agree with the whole how we got here or not, this is where we are, and it's our attempt to comply with the laws that govern our business. And one of the things we talk about a lot is a level playing field. We'll compete with our competitors in a fair and open market. We do that all across the metro, but we'd like that regulatory playing field to be level. So I'd like to see the city hold additional haulers accountable should this be the path that we stay on. I thought our earlier speakers did a really good job of articulating the three options. I provide service and contracts to 40 cities across the metro and many in Hennepin County, and we've worked extensively in cities with drop sites, with contracts, and in open market communities. So as your service provider, as your resource to staff and council, we just want to find the best system for the city of Corcoran. And if that's the best system now until you reach 10,000, and then a new system after you reach 10,000, or when the goalpost changes and it's 5,000, we can do that. I mean, we've worked with staff. I believe we have a drop site container that's ready to go and available. We have the charge there, and we're actively trying to, offer that service. Yeah.
So quick question on that.
Yeah.
If that happens, everybody still gets charged $22 a quarter.
So if you were to determine, if you were to amend the ordinance so that so haulers are no longer required to offer the service, you could amend this is my opinion.
But we can't amend the ordinance. It's not our ordinance.
The city ordinance.
Didn't we?
So the city ordinance as the PCA speaker spoke, licensing authority is, right? So you have the obligation to do that. And like, as a licensing authority, you have said haulers to have a license must offer organics. When the tax started, we put a $15 a month fee and just charge people who did it. We were told we can't do that. So now we charge them. That's based on the city ordinance that requires us to offer the service. If the city ordinance requiring us to offer the service were gone and a drop site were chosen, we would make plans to back that fee off and no longer charge it. But I think that puts you in a situation of temporary success. And then whether it's reaching 10,000 or the goalpost moving to 5,000, we're back to the discussion of how do we comply with the requirements to have everybody do it. And where I personally, and my team has had success, creating contracts for folks. We just rolled out a Plymouth contract. You can see the pricing for Plymouth on their website. It's as low as $3 a month. In communities of lots of sizes where we can come in and we can better define the labor that's necessary, the time, we can be far more precise with price. And we can utilize a tiered pricing structure that will make the initial price very low to reflect very low participation. Now, we still have some costs to get how many ever are out there, but we can tier that price up so that our capital and labor investment increases, the price increases as well. And as the earlier speakers have addressed, I think across the metro, without a doubt, we're seeing better education, better participation, better recovery from communities that have contracts. And part of that is consistency in education. My team works with city teams across the metro and with the Hennepin County team to put together good targeted education pieces that get people pretty excited about it. And Councilmember Bottoма, I don't believe it's a huge burden on the council. We've worked in partnership with a lot of cities to get this done. And that's one of the services that we provide.
With all due respect, it's not just this. I'm speaking in big picture,
Understood.
other governments putting mandates on us. Like half of what we do is dealing with other governments' problems and impositions. So it all adds up.
Agreed.
You should run and then see what it's like.
Understood. Speaking specifically about providing recycling and organic services, that's what our team does, and that's what we can do. So, in the interest of time, I won't go any further, just to say that we're excited to continue to partner with the city. We are your traditional recycling provider through the end of this year, and the option I'd like you to consider as we begin negotiating for the addition of organic collection into that recycling contract to start January 1, 2025. That would give us time to work out some of these details. And again, we've had successful examples of that, and I'd be more than happy to talk. I am on the council staff. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Is there a mechanism that would allow you to offer organics recycling without the additional cart?
There has been so Randy Sanitation, which I was formerly employed, we had what was at the time called the Blue Bag Program. The bags are now green, and it's more technically referred to as a co-collection program. So that's where you're going to take a specially designed compostable bag that's about twice as thick as a normal compostable bag because it has to handle compaction and tipping floor. So you're going to put the compost trash in that, tie the bag, put it in with your garbage, and then that bag will be separated out wherever your garbage is processed. So Randy Sanitation was an innovator in both the bag and separation technology, and that was a strategy that they employed really leading edge. We scaled that program back when Ordinance 13 came to pass because it was impossible for us to take all of the trash in Hennepin County and bring it to Delano. So it's key to any co-collection program working. You have to have a facility that can separate it. And we had worked with Hennepin County at the Brooklyn Park Transfer Station, where we talked about Rosemont and Shakopee as being the most likely locations for this material. Much of it from up here stopped at Brooklyn Park, and it goes to the transportation. And then Hennepin County carries it that last leg to one of those other facilities. We had worked to get bag separation there. It did not come to fruition. So until we see a major investment somewhere in separation technology, it's going to be hard to expand that program. Washington and Ramsey counties are phasing in their program right now, where eventually all citizens in Washington and Ramsey County will have an opportunity to get those bags, put the organics in their trash. And then it goes to a facility that they spent some $40 million on to get the bags out.
Mhm.
So it's a great concept, but I was happy to work for the company that sort of brought it to pass. In this market, in Delano, we were not able to see it.
I have a question regarding, until some investment like that is made or something changes in the future, what now operationally are you doing that's costing the $22?
Driving a truck, and having dedicated routes and dedicated capital, in the form of a truck and stacks of carts, across all of Hampton County. So the $7 number, the number we're talking about, being our price, is not a price tailored for Corcoran. It's a regional number. We rolled this out again in an effort to comply with many different city ordinances, county ordinance and state law. We rolled this out about a dozen different communities from Eden Prairie to, Rogers, quite all across Metro Minnetonka, all across Hennepin County level. So that number is a regional number, that was picked because we don't know if everybody's gonna do it, if nobody's gonna do it, but we're gonna drive a truck to the four corners of Minnetonka 2 days a week and pick up whatever's there. The benefit we see in contracting is we can get very granular and very specific about the costs and the labor, and then we can tier that pricing inside the boundaries of the city, and we can get much more precise on what a number should be.
When you speak of contracting, is it contracting to do the whole city?
Generally, that's how we're doing it.
Okay,
So
No matter the garbage hauler, so to speak.
So the example of Plymouth, Republic, myself, we had a recycling contract, traditional recycling with the city of Plymouth. They have an open hauling system similar to Corcoran for trash. They amended, the city of Plymouth amended their recycling contract to add organics. And so now we service that city in completely for organics and recycling.
Question on the organics, how often is Republic gonna clean the organic container?
At this point, that is not a service offered for many hauler I'm aware of. It's important that residents use bags for some materials. You can't pour the leftover stew, which sits at the bottom. There's really good resources, both state and county website.
But then they gotta be specific bags, or the white hefty bags are good enough,
It
or?
has to be a BPI certified bag or a paper bag. So when you're cleaning corn in the summertime and husking it into a cub bag, that can go right in the container.
Rather go organics than to my horses or pig,
I would give it.
so to speak. Well, and that's the gist that I'm trying to get to, not hounding you on these things. But there's many people that already do this stuff, and now it's another fee that doesn't make sense for people. Again, it's crazy.
Very sympathetic to that concern. I've been on the phone with hundreds of customers from dozens of cities. And I can tell you that I don't disagree with the outcomes that we're trying to get. Traditional recycling started this way too. The reason we have this law is because how are we going to get traditional recycling off the ground a generation? And this law still applies to traditional recycling. So 3 residents in Corcoran said, I'm not paying $5.25 a month to get my recycling cart out of here. They still have to pay for it. And that has been normalized over a generation of growth in recycling. It's why we're kind of a nationwide leader in recycling. One of the many reasons. So change is hard. This is a difficult path. I sympathize with all those folks. And we are just trying to be the best service provider we can to cities and keeping the compliance with all the regulators we have.
If we had a single dump site, would you stop offering as a service the individual resident pickups?
Yes, I think we would.
So then it would just be a single charge to the city, which we would deal with. You wouldn't charge it on each trash bill still.
Correct. If the ordinance in communities, say Greenfield is a good example, where they chose to do a drop site, we have never charged residential customers. Their compliance strategy to ordinance 13 was a drop site. We set that up at City Hall. We service it every week. It's got a combination lock if your site's not secure enough. I mean, I have 11 or 12 of those between the little communities around the lakes and around here. And that's a good option to build community interest. You know, we ask that the city hand out the code. So if somebody calls and says, yeah, I'd like to do that, you give them the password. Now you're building a list of people that we can communicate and share information with and build that up.
You require a bag for that then too, or is it just dumped in straight in?
It should be bagged. Again, if you put 3 gallons of chili in the bottom of a
Yeah.
2-gallon container, it's not coming out.
So that you provide the city with a pile of bags or whatever at
We
the
do not.
Okay, so then how do they go about recycling in that form?
It would be any hardware store, any grocery store.
So they'd have to buy the bag and
You have to buy a BPI certified bag. The BPI logo is very distinct.
you can't use like a paper grocery bag from Cub?
Yep.
Okay,
Some materials will work fine in that. Other wetter materials, you know, you can't put soup in a paper bag. So again, it depends on the material. But BPI certified or a paper craft bag.
What do you experience as far as people dropping other trash there, or has it been?
They've been, the ones
Well
that have been
sorted.
fantastic. So we took the step of adding a locking bar to them. So I mean, if you can't open it up and put anything in them. I know the one in Deep Haven is right near the public area. We've seen a TV or two drop next to it. And, you know, we'll pick up for them and get rid of it. We'll bring it to our job site, but it hasn't been bad.
Okay.
We have a lot of communities that have taken the lock bar off in the winter. And maybe we'll see if that can happen in the summer, but it depends on the security of the city.
can I ask a general question about organics recycling? I'm assuming you don't want animal waste in the house.
Correct.
And what happens if, because we've had this discussion when we have building codes come up, right? And we're looking at developments, the size of garages and people have, you know, we're seeing smaller and smaller garages and the need to put them in the garage. And to this gentleman's point, he talked about putting it on the side of his garage. Well, in our city, ordinance really requires you to have it in your garage, which nobody wants, especially when it smells. And I can really see where you'll have residents that will stick their animal feces in that recycling because it already smells rather than stinking up their regular garbage can. So what happens with that compost when it comes to you with animal waste in it?
It would be very difficult for any of our drivers to know what's inside of that bag. when it's good.
Right, so it just
And
goes, it goes,
So it's gonna get to the compost facility and whether, you know, whether they see it impacts their process, it may or may not. The contaminations of most concern in organics is glass. You know, there's technologies on the back end of the finishing process where they can screen a plastic fork that wasn't supposed to be there. They can get that out. So if there is the white hefty bag, they can get that out in the final product screening. They can't get out shards of glass. And I don't know where a dog.
Dog and cat.
Let me just
I mean,
dump your animal waste.
it's a whole
dump
nother
every
thing.
55.
I got a list. Any other questions?
I would just encourage our state and county friends to consider that sorting technology, because I think the path to this actually succeeding is making it integrated into everybody's normal waste stream. The act of having to have a separate container, space for a separate container, that you only put 6 inches of material in every week is, it's enough of a hassle that people won't do it. And you're not gonna get to your goal with that kind of a system.
You can come up to the mic.
What we've seen in Ramsey, Washington is their tipping fees are, about to go up to 130 a ton, whereas we're at 70. So there's a great expense to putting all of that through the system that's pulling the material out. It's, every facilities like that cost, between 100 to 500,000, or $1 million, so 100 to 500 million. So it is a great expense. It would raise everyone's, trash bills, for sure.
And if I could add, we recently started servicing organics in the city of St. Louis Park, which has a very mature program, close to 50% participation rate. granted a different community. But as the programs mature, and so we can now see 1-year-old programs, 2-year-old programs, 10-year-old programs, they do mature, and they might never get to 95% participation where we see traditional recycling, but we're seeing second year in Golden Valley, 40% participation. People will put the card out, once in a month. San Luis Park's been at it a long time, and they're 45, pushing 50. So it does grow. Our strategy is to start with communities and do education and grow it slowly, so we get really dedicated participants. I think Plymouth is gonna start right at around 10%. But I think we'll see that grow 4 or 5%. Good, solid, slow, steady growth where we don't have contamination issues. So it's incremental change. We're not gonna snap our fingers and get the generational growth that we've seen in traditional recycling. We just have to start somewhere. I agree that co-collection offers a lot of conveniences, so I was proud to be part of Randy's when we really put that model forward. It hasn't yet been able to scale, and now Randy's is gonna try to see it scale for the first time. And so I think when they're done rolling their program out in 3 years, we will maybe be able to see what horse won the race, but it'll take 3 years. And I think we have the technology, we have the routes, we have the carts, we have the regulatory pressure. We can start collecting organics right now. And we can always switch later if that horse wins the race. But I don't think that should prevent us from taking action.
Just one more.
Yeah.
Been a Randy's customer. I hate Republic, but I've been a Randy's customer for 38 years. I have the same trash can for 38 years. I'm considering going the other way because they don't charge now. You're proud to do what you're doing. I thank you for that. It still doesn't address the answer, the question for those of us that are rural ag, all of those things. It's not addressing it at all. And to talk about fair, well, we can't charge some and not charge others, so we're going to charge everybody. What makes me not fill mine up every week with horse manure? I mean, I'll be the devil's advocate on the whole thing. We're doing it now. I'm not a fan of burn barrels, but I do burn my paper and those kind of things that isn't recyclable and such. Cardboard, most of it goes into recycle bin. Every 2 weeks it's picked up. Anything overflows, it goes in my my fire pit. So there's no consideration related to the rural ag side of things, which Corcoran is well over 60% is still rural agricultural and stuff. So
I think we compost more than any other city in the metro. Because every farmer probably composts tens of thousands of pounds every year when they flip their fields.
right.
Yeah, I don't know why it's just another Hennepin County deal where they have, in the state deal where they have a policy. And they just assume everyone lives in
Yeah.
a city neighborhood.
I'm baling 900 bales of grass a year.
I don't get it.
Ain't-
It's so frustrating.
Ain't going into a compost site or anything. It's going into the horses. I've got the coolest black dirt you ever met or ever needed. And I recycle that with people that garden and such. They come out and pick it up and it's gone. And nobody is thinking about that. So we have to just, we're gonna spend $22 a quarter on this, or the city needs to make an arrangement for a bin that's out there, and we're still gonna get charged for something we are already and have been responsible for a long, long time. So it is extremely hard to swallow from the rural side of this stuff.
Well, it sounds like if we go to a single site, you won't be charging individuals anymore
Until we hit 10,000.
until we hit 10,000.
It'll buy us some time. Yeah.
Or until
Sorry.
the standard goes from 10,000 to 5.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
Well, but that is, as was discussed, that's already in the MPCA's approved plan. It's a required system for counties to implement. So the question is,
By 2030.
when will that be implemented? Right? So
We'll hit the 10,000 first before the,
Yeah, I know we will.
before the 20.
Pay attention to who you vote for.
No,
Thanks for putting up with us
Thank you.
very much,
Appreciate
you guys.
I think there's an element of courage that you four have shown.
absolutely.
You're in the crosshairs pretty bad, as you know, and I applaud you for actually coming out and
Same here.
speaking to it.
Appreciate it. We were gonna do a little bit of the public comment if anyone wanted to, ask any questions after the presentations and discussions we've had here. I think I'll start off with, we don't normally do it this way, but because of kind of how we adjusted the agenda so much, we have a letter, and is Svetlana here? No.
She just submitted the comment.
Okay, so I will read her comment, just because I want to make sure we didn't miss it with the whole agenda shuffling. Hello, I'm reaching out, or actually, I didn't say her. Her name is Svetlana Komonash, Komonash, 22715 County Road 10. I'm reaching out to address a concern regarding mandatory organic waste fees through a conversation with fellow residents and neighbors that many of us are actively utilizing compost technology to make our organic waste. As conscientious individuals, we find it unfair to be charged for a service we did not utilize. In my household, we have implemented a thorough system for managing organic waste. All biodegradable materials, including but not limited to vegetable scraps, eggshells, eaten by chickens and yard waste, are diligently composted and utilized in our garden. Given the prevalence of composting practices among residents, I respectfully request the removal of mandatory organic waste fees for Corcoran residents. If a petition needs to be acquired for this removal, the residents will be willing to sign this petition. I urge you to consider making this fee optional, allowing every household the freedom to decide whether or not they need this service. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I eagerly await your responses. Sincerely, Svetlana. And then if anyone else would like to speak, please come up to the microphone and say your name and address, and you're more than welcome to. And if not,
I'm Mike Thomas, 21525 Nice Lane. It's a bigger thing than anybody here, but we're looking at the back end of the process, the end of what we get. I think it'd be very important to be looking at how we get packaging, how things come to us. And we're looking at how do we deal with it in the end, but and again, that's much bigger than all of this. So just wanted to bring that up quickly. The other thing would be on the cul-de-sac with the recycling garbage cans that are already out there. It's difficult as it is, especially during the winter months for the school bus and the garbage trucks to get around on the snow pile. By adding another set of cans out there would make that even more difficult. As well as, I'm not sure who made the comment about greenhouse gases and emissions. If we're sending more trucks out there, I already see garbage truck, recycling truck. There's at least 2 different companies that come down my road as it is. There's only 5 houses on the cul-de-sac. I see at least 2 other garbage companies out there driving, so now we're gonna put 1 more set of trucks on the road. I do think reduce, reuse, recycle is a wonderful thing. We compost along with everybody. Many people in the area, but I think there's gotta be a better way for us to all do it. Still comply with the regulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming out as well. It is tough being the crosshairs. You've done a great job with that. I thank you for it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Anybody else? Okay, if not, then we will move on to the next item, which is 9B.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, for anybody that's here online, we're going to talk about what we're gonna do next at another meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, we'll bring.
It'll come to the agenda on April 11th.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, on to item 9B, 9B, which is.
Yeah, it was AP when I did the PowerPoint.
Oh, gotcha. Do we need any visuals for? Probably
Mr. Mayor?
not.
Did we only move?
No, we
Just-
moved the whole of
Oh, we missed the
Two in water tower
Yeah, yeah,
under this section.
my mistake.
Thanks,
Coming,
everybody,
guys.
very much.
Thank you.
Kevin, you're up with water tower logo, my mistake.
Sorry about that. Before you are bringing us back to council from a meeting, I believe in December, trying to finalize a decision on the color, the base color of the water tower, the new water tower up in Northeast Corcoran, as well as a determination of the logo. Kind of where we left it was staff has asked, one of you kind of the best sight lines or viewpoints to factor into, how many logos we have, what's the orientation, and then some additional information. I was able to go out and look at this, so this is kind of my opinion on the preferred viewpoints. And really, I drove all around the city, and really the best viewing corridor by far is County Road 30. So I think that's ultimately probably gonna be one of the busiest streets, that section of Corcoran, so it's high visibility. I think that's what I would recommend us focusing on. There's a couple of different ways to get there. That's the map, kind of showing option 1, which is 3 logos. It's a little bit hard to see, but you can see the cones. The intersection of Sunny Hill, if you're going eastbound on 30, it's very visible as soon as you get to the high point where Oakdale and Sunny Hill connect, so that, I guess, western dot on County Road 30, it's very visible from there. As well as it's not as visible from 30 and 101, but you come basically at the end of the Oswald property, right about there, you get high visibility. And of course, if you're at the intersection, that's when if you're at the light, you can look up and see it. So north and southbound on 116, it's really blocked. You have to get really almost to the intersection to be able to see it. So again, focusing on the 30 corridor east-west would be my recommendation if you want to have a logo on there. So just looking at the size of our logo, the type of our logo, and then the length of our lettering, if we were to choose Corcoran instead of the new logo, you're really kind of just stuck with either 3 logos, like what was represented, or basically an east-west logo, in my opinion, and talking to the painting subcontractor. Or you could just do 2 Corcoran space with east-west. They almost kind of wrap around as well because the name is so long. So that's kind of the narrowing down of all the different ideas. I took my best stab at it. I didn't really make a recommendation. I think personally, it's what we want up there really means more than anything. If we want the logo, if we want the name, or if we don't want anything, we just want it to be a color that's appropriate. So I'm an engineer and I'm not a marketer. I'm not going to bear that hat, but I think we do our best to narrow down the options that we have, and I'd be happy to answer questions about any of it if you guys wish it.
Any questions for Kevin or discussion on it?
I'm an engineer and I've been a marketer,
Go for
but not so much on color selection. I think we should do the logo on either the 2 or the 3. I think we went through a long process to create it. It's a good representation of what the city values and has been. And we went through that process because we wanted to have something put on water tower. I think 2 could be adequate. 3 would be nice. I wouldn't consider the text version though.
option 3.
Question I had, cost, wasn't the one logo the same cost as 3 if we just put 3 Corcorans on it? If I remember
Well,
numbers and such.
Yeah, so the cost for a logo,
Yep.
8 color logo is just under 14,000. So if you did, that's just a multiplier there. If you did 14,000 times 3, it's 42,000.
And
So for
we
each logo, it's just under 14,000, and for each Corcoran, it's 3,500.
and I thought we had set a budget of 15
We have an
25.
allowance of
or
25.
25.
So that was a guess 18 months ago when we put it together on averages. I think we didn't know, the biggest driver is the number of colors in the logo more than anything.
Right.
So by going from one Corcoran to 8 colors in the new logo, that's where the expense goes up. There is an expense there, but when you're looking at painting a water tower in 20 to 25 years, you're talking about $1 million. So I mean, I would recommend putting up there what you want. It is $10,000 more for a logo, but in the grand scheme of things, that's a fraction of the total cost of painting. So I think, again, I would put up there what you want, what you believe in over the money, but if money is the driving factor, there is a difference in the money too. You know, that's what we laid out here as some more cost-effective options, but
We
again,
actually don't have to have anything on it, right?
you still have to paint it.
Yeah, okay.
So the painting is of that $1 million, the painting of the logo is 10,000 out of $1 million. It's a small fraction.
Dean and I will paint it next time.
I'm afraid of heights. You're on your own on this one.
And that's
I'm not-
20 years from now.
I'm going up.
You can hold the rope.
I'll hold her.
I'm not discussing dollars, but as a fraction of $1 million.
Right.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'd be for the Corcoran logo, but only one. I would not want to put it. I would not want to spend that extra money. That you're gonna see from the intersection. Everybody else that lives around there knows where they're from. They don't need another logo. Is my input at 15 grand. I'd rather just see one, and I'd rather see the logo. I originally wanted Corcoran, 3 Corcorans around it, but the logo turned out nice.
If you did want one, which direction?
The corner 30 and
Facing the
and
south.
116. Yep,
Okay.
Which
Right.
direction facing?
right to the southeast. So the lower right triangle.
Yeah.
And all of the drive-through traffic that has to stop at that stop sign will be able to see that logo when they go east or west. That's me.
And or south, because. Or
Yep.
primarily north and west would see it, but you could look back and see.
Yep. I'm not crazy about spending another 15 grand for another logo. Even though we budgeted 25,
It's not 15, it's
14.
the delta of, right, the delta of having the word Corcoran as opposed to the picture.
It's $1,150 difference per logo. The difference between 14,000 and 3,500. Cause you're paying 3,500 for the Corcoran, was the name, or you're paying 14 grand for the symbol.
And
That's
And
what
they-
your difference is really, times how many you put up there.
And that's why I'm saying,
Yeah.
the name and the logo,
Yeah.
14 grand.
Right, I mean. Personally, my preference would be just to go with the name and 2, because part of my concern is. There could be fading. With these different colors, they fade at different rates, and then you've got things that aren't gonna look as nice over time. There could be changes in opinion from future councils that they wanna change the logo of Corcoran. And then what do we do then? Do we repaint it again? And in addition. While the logo looks nice, it could be distracting for drivers that are driving up the intersection, and I don't want that. Personally, if it was my 2 cents, I would go for option 3.
Any other thoughts? Comments?
I'm gonna yield my vote to the majority on this. You don't want me to give my opinion on things such as labels and art.
Okay, fair enough. I kind of came into it thinking between 1 and 2. I think now I've kind of shifted somewhere between option number 2 and Dean's proposed option 4, I suppose. With the logo, either east-west or single logo, kind of southeast. Could we pull, oh, the map is still up. Trying to think how much coverage we lose of or visibility of it we lose if we're doing the southeast versus the east-west, or so just the east.
If you want my perspective, it's the most visible from Sunny Hill all the way to the sixth. So of all the four angles as you're approaching the intersection, it's by far the most visible ridge. It's most visible when you come through that intersection of Oakdale where that red dot is. So you have the most time on the road seeing it. So if you did face it just to the intersection, you would lose that 1 minute or 30-second of drive time. That's the most visible corridor by far eastbound approaching that intersection. So just because you're going across that, spanning that, there's a flood, kind of a low level floodplain there, east of King Road. So you do get visibility that way. So I'm indifferent on the number, but if you're trying to actually put it somewhere where people see the tower, I would lean towards making sure that is the most visible corridor. I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
For the ladies that are here that work with the city, do you have strong opinions on what on these water tower art?
Does gender come into this?
Well, some are more artistic. I know for a fact that they are more artistic than all five of us.
Again,
That's a low bar.
It's a super low bar.
Could I make a comment, Councilman? I think coming in after the process was started, I think it's important to note that the reason we have a new logo was this was the catalyst, thinking of putting this on here. The whole reason for the development and the investment of resources in the logo was for the water tower. I think that's important to remember.
Well, no, that isn't what it was. Originally, it was told us to had to be scalable for all signs and stationary, not specifically for the water tower. So it really isn't, the water tower wasn't the catalyst for the sign. It was many things that was the catalyst for the change in the logo. So
It was a catalyst in the sense that it needed to be done by a certain date so that it would match the timeline for the water tower. But you're right, there were other issues with the old logo besides.
Right, for other items.
before we move forward, can I make one suggestion? They wanted a confirmation on a base color, which I think is gonna be the easiest thing to decide. So my recommendation would go with the city staff recommendation of the tank white as the base color.
That's what I was thinking of.
I would agree.
Yeah, I have no concern with that.
Do you want to separate out the motions, then maybe if it's gonna be different decision on.
I think maybe that we make the motion. I'll start us. And sort of split the difference between the 3 and the 1. And I'll propose a motion to adopt option 2 with a combination of the tank white with a east facing and a west facing. And the reason I'm selecting that for the first motion instead of a single is I feel like providing visibility from both sides helps to ensure that as these parcels develop, it'll be visible that they're part of Corcoran as well, not just from folks who are approaching from the west.
Do we have a second? I'll second it. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
I'll see my vote with the majority,
There isn't a majority.
and then I don't get a vote.
Okay, so that
Failed.
fails, yep.
I'll make a motion for option 3.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second that.
Second, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thanks.
No.
You gotta make a call, John.
No, I don't.
Let's see here.
Option 4.
My big thing is the cost, and the reason I went with what Alan said was it's gonna be $7,000 compared to 14 grand, and the logo discussion was related to, yes, this, but was all the other signage and those kind of things, so that's why I went with just the 2 core.
Gotcha. Do you want to make a motion maybe on the idea you came up with initially? Or you?
I like
you're
cheaper
favoring
more
that?
than
I see what you're
my
saying. Okay,
idea.
Gotcha, I wasn't picking up, that's what you're.
I,
Sorry about that.
I'm. I don't want our population to grow more than 10,000 because then their trash will be different than all of this other stuff. I could just rattle off all kinds of stuff. I want to be responsible with our money. And to go with 2 Corcorans east-west. Well, yes, I like the logo. We'll see that in many, many other places and such. But Alan's conversation related to future, the painting, those kind of things, how long is it gonna last? How long is it gonna look? I don't want a sore thumb sitting there in 8 to 10 years and we've got to revisit this again and spend more money.
I'll make a
So-
motion to put one logo on the north side. So it's protected from the sun
Yeah,
and is less likely to fade and wear.
sure.
Okay. Do we have the second?
No,
All right, that dies for failure of the second.
You like the white, John?
I'm not voting on this. I have no interest, and I'm totally unqualified.
Have you ever
When
painted
we,
your house?
when we, no. I,
You don't pick the color or
I don't
anything?
pick anything. I don't pick handles. I don't pick room
Pick
sizes.
which color shirt you're gonna wear on a given day?
No, I wear the same, I wear white, I wear the same suit and the
How
same
does this
shirt every single day.
work out, Kevin? Could you do or would it look too odd with how much wrap around the Corcoran wording would have? Could you do a logo on one and the Corcoran on the back end of it?
Yeah, I think I think if you wanted to do. The only thing is the logo has Corcoran in it, so it'd be kind of a little bit weird to say Corcoran in the logo. If it was a logo like a symbol, you could mix and match.
Yeah.
It's 2 different.
We
fonts.
thought
It
about
would
that.
be-
We can change the font. I didn't really want to, but like, I think the biggest thing is Corcoran and then Corcoran the symbol. That's why that wasn't one of the options we recommended. That was an idea.
Okay.
I think the Corcoran, we can work with spacing. I think you could get Corcoran where you could almost see it from every side. Like with 2 Corcorans, or if you just wanted one big cork, I mean. They're gonna be pretty big, that Corcoran can wrap around quite a bit. If you were going with the lettering, if you're going with the symbol. Kind of maximized on there to really get full coverage, 360 would be 3 symbols. Again, the visibility corridor is by far County Road 30 for those that haven't.
Facing east.
Yeah, so that's why the recommendation was east west, because it would be a little more symmetric.
Yeah.
The only issue with the one, I understand the thought process, is just it's not symmetric, and then when the city does develop over 20 years, it's gonna look decent now, but it's gonna be easy to question later, because up to some degree. We're not gonna solve, everyone's gonna have a different opinion of this, quite honestly, so symmetry, some sort of justification of what your thought process was, it's the easiest for us to explain as staff. My personal opinion, if anyone wants it, I will leave, if you guys want it, I will share it, otherwise I will stay out of it. My personal opinion is just Corcoran is just the verbiage Corcoran is the most timeless that we have. It's gonna last us the time. The symbol is new to Councilmember Schultz's point. No, I don't think you can find anyone in Corcoran that would argue that it's not Corcoran. I've heard it timeless features at the treatment plant. We want timeless design. I've never heard anyone say I'm not from Corcoran. We don't have a school district. We don't have a fire station. This could be the Corcoran identity potentially. So it's also the least expensive that it's what you want to put up there that matters more than a fraction of a percent in 25 years. So it's what you want, though. That's the best I can offer you, and then I have to turn it over, but either way, we can make it work. There's no wrong decision, but that's just what I would offer to try to summarize my thought process. I didn't vote for any, I'm just trying to.
I'll make a motion. I like the idea of toiling in anonymity, so nothing on the water tower.
Okay, do we have a second? That dies for lack of a second.
This is the first time ever for us guys.
This is an impressive one. Um.
Could I add an opinion?
Please do.
So I would say that if you go with just the word Corcoran, with the type of font that is, it's a very skinny font. And the bigger you get on a font like that, if the font lines are going to disappear. So it's going to be tougher to see from a distance when you have that font because the lines are so thin. So if you go with the word Corcoran only, I would suggest looking at a different font.
Okay, thank you. All right. Forgot my life, but not a font. Couldn't tell you what font that is.
No.
Times New Roman.
No.
Could you use the same font that's in the symbol?
Why not just use the symbol? What if we did a monochrome logo? We have single color designs.
That would lower the cost.
My understanding is that would lower the cost a lot.
Well, do it in black. On the tank white,
Yeah, want to make the motion?
no,
No?
I've made two motions.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we do it, the monochrome logo, 2 locations. East-west facing. Do I have a second?
Mr. Mayor, with respect to your rules, can I ask, or add a comment, just as an outsider?
Not during the
Okay.
motion.
Again, I want to respect your rules, I just want
Appreciate it. Do I have a second?
I'd second that,
Okay.
being it be less than $25,000. Can I put that stipulation in? We don't know our original.
We don't know the cost, but I would
I
be
would assume
safe
you'd be
to
able to
say.
stay under the 25, because I rounded up a little bit. I would, with my understanding, if it's not, we'd have to bring it back, but I believe we'd be under the 25 with a single color.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Could we hear his comment while we're in discussion?
Sure. You'd like to come up now?
Thank you. Respectfully, I don't know what all the symbols are on the logo, but from where I'm sitting, I can't distinguish what they are. So I was wondering from a distance, if you're sitting on any of those roads, would you be able to tell what those are? Or are they just gonna be dots, much like you'd see on your eye chart when you're having a difficult time reading it? So it's a beautiful logo, no disrespect to it in any way. But just wondering if you'd be able to see the detail of it. And if the answer is yes, because it's large enough, fair enough. I just wanted to bring that up as
Appreciate it.
a thought.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great input.
What's the height of the tank? Roughly, you know?
160 feet.
No, I mean, of like
Like
the,
the base?
yeah.
Prep to the 20. The hundreds, I don't know, I'm just gonna guess it's.
Isn't it right there? I just can't see it on the screen.
The height is about 160, so if you're scaling it,
Right there.
30. 30, no, I don't know, I'm gonna
Million.
get 30-ish range,
Okay.
30 feet.
So we do have a motion and a second on that one, the east-west black logo with the recommended color from staff, the tank white, 15 DL. Anything else on that? Otherwise, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi,
Opposed?
it's 30 feet, Kevin,
4-1.
on the grid. Can you count it?
Thank you.
We got there.
There. Perfect. And we can now go on to planning business, which we have a number of items. Specifically, with 8A being removed, we have 8B. 8C and D are public hearings. We'll have a public comment opportunity for 8B, 8E, and 8F. Right now, if anyone would like to come up, state your name and address and speak on that topic, you get more than welcome to.
That's what AP?
Yes. Yep.
My name is Ferdinand Trustee and I live at 6250 Hepburn Circle. My lot, according to the drawing, right here, this cul-de-sac and they're amenity lots, right here. What I would ask is the way it's drawn, that you could ask the gentleman what they would like. Here's the pool facing my lot. And I would ask that you take the pool house, the community lot, put the back to my lot, and the pool facing the community that's gonna serve it. And then since he's gonna have to fence it, I'd also like him to make that one part of the fence privacy fence. That's everyone with him, and I've been there for a while.
What was your address?
6215 Jackson.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Do I get a chance to wait? As the developer?
Yes, yep, yeah, for sure. Any other people from the public want to speak on this or items 8E or 8F? Okay, if not, then we will go into the presentation for 8B.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the item in front of you tonight has a couple different components. We have a comprehensive plan amendment, 2 zoning ordinance amendments, preliminary plat and variance for Woodland Hills. Next slide. So the applicant is Woodland Hills, Corcoran Incorporated, and the subdivision is located at the northeast corner of County Road 116 and Hackamore Road. It includes 60 single-family residential lots, 1 community recreational lot, amenity lot, and 5 outlots. The current land use, so for the comprehensive plan amendment, the current land use guiding is low-density residential, which requires 3 to 5 units per acre. The proposed pre-development density of this project is coming at 2.01 units per acre. So to address this, the request includes a comprehensive plan amendment that establishes a new land use designation. Currently, staff is just not being very creative and just offered very low density residential to go down, but that certainly can be changed. And the allowed development currently proposed would allow density at 2 to 3 units per acre.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yes.
Does that jive with what we had talked about after our Met Council meeting? Like, I don't wanna, because we talked about creating a new,
Yeah.
I think it was just as creative, a very low density.
Yeah, that's, I think where I took.
So
it
is this
from,
the
yeah.
fruition of that? I thought it was 1 to 3. I thought it went as low as 1.
We can certainly talk about it. So the reason why staff at this time is saying 2 to 3 is because right now, our overall density in the MUSA is 3.11. And we have to be very careful about the amount of land we're moving over to this new designation. And we're going to, so net acreage wise, at 1 to 3 units per acre, if we would hit 3 units per acre at 250 net acres being moved over. If we have 2 to 3 units per acre, it allows us to move over 500 net acres. So
Does that include, those calculations include the new potential development on the corner of,
so it's based off the 2040 data,
Yeah.
because we're amending our 2040 data. So final plats that come in for the 2050 plan, we would definitely see how we can incorporate that. But we have to, right now, to get this approved by Met Council and any other future amendments we have in this category, we have to work with our 2040 data.
I have a question on this one. I talked with Jay earlier this week on this one, and he filled me in on some of the detail about how it's calculated and how we're required to use the lower bounds of the densities for each of the individual zones in that calculation to get to the 3.11. So I had originally suggested 1 to 3 in my email to staff. Jay convinced me that a higher number makes more sense because we can do it over more area. But I'm thinking now, if we add a new zone, and I would propose something a little bit more creative than very low density, but we can talk about that separately. Maybe we would want to increment up the lower bound of the next more dense zone to create greater opportunity for the smaller density zone to have more acreage. So if you went from 3 to 5 to 3.5 to 5, because there's so much acreage assigned to low density residential, I'm wondering if that might give us a little bit more opportunity to use, say, a conservation residential district. That's, 1.5 to 3, or 1.5 to 3.5.
Well, we can also certainly do 1.5 to 3 as a compromise right now, and then also look at that. I'll share that there's another application coming in that's gonna have a very similar request, so this won't be our only attempt to look at that. I'm not prepared with those numbers tonight.
So that kind of leads me to two questions. We could approve this at two to three or whatever number, and then look at potentially amending just that number with the next council.
Yeah, we could certainly look at.
If we found we had more density to work with.
Mhm.
Roughly with this application and the other one you're talking about, about acreage total?
So thankfully, this application, the next application, we're talking about 60 acres, but I'm trying to think
Total.
over the next 3 to 5 years. Where are we going to want to see additional acreage? And I just wanted to give you guys the most flexibility, because I know this has been a talking point for a few years now.
Sure.
We've been trying to be able to have this kind of development. And we get the flexibility for this kind of development by working on the other side of it.
Mhm.
Which is awesome. That's what we've been trying to do for a long time.
So my thought would be that we maybe look at the 2 to 3 for now, as things come in that might be above our estimated density or the net, the average, like a Hope or whatever company, actually comes in this build, then we can look and see how much we have to work with to move that number down.
So my understanding is that new development won't change that until 2050, when the plan gets reset. Because these calculations are based on the ranges, not the actual values of development that's happened. Is that more or less correct?
Until the 2050.
Yeah.
But then it has to comply at that point.
When you do the again, the Met Council changes how they calculate density every 10 years. But if they do it the same way they did last time, you will get credit for the extra density when you do your 2050 plan, but you're right, not in this interim period.
But we'll be able to plan according to what we have. So if we have residences that were actually built, then we would have flexibility from that point going forward.
In 2050, in the 2050 plan.
Well, we could, yeah, but we could, at least in my discussions with them, if we have a higher density, we can approve land uses that go lower, but still keep us above 3.
That would be lovely. I hope that that's true.
That's what we've been working on for
Yeah.
like 3 years. That was what the discussion was here and in St. Paul on trying to figure it out.
And that's what one of the items we need to come to a decision on tonight is.
So, I think you guys have a handle on that, so we can go to the next slide. Then the zoning ordinance amendment has, 2 components. One is what we typically call a rezoning, so it's a map amendment from the current zoning as RSF2, residential single family 2 district, to RSF3. This will allow for a smaller lot size of 7,500 square feet and a lot width as low as 65 feet. Additionally, a portion of the district description does specifically say it's for area guided low density. So we need to adjust this to also allow for very low density, or whatever the new naming convention is. And then also, I just took out where we specifically call out the density and just say it needs to match with the land use designation in the comprehensive plan.
Would RSF2 also have to have a similar amendment?
I caught that afterwards, and the public hearing notice didn't really talk about the other areas. So if this gets approved tonight, staff does have it on their list that we would need to adjust RSF1, RSF2, as well as our park dedication table. So that would go in May.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is a visual of the plat. As you can see, there are 2 cul-de-sacs on the east, which makes sense with the natural features in the existing neighborhoods in those areas. And then we do have a through street, as well as they are dedicating 30 feet of right of way right at the very top to plan for a future roadway connection to County Road 116. That was something required as part of the feasibility study. Next slide. For the preliminary plat,
We have 42 lots with a lot width of greater than 75 feet and 18 lots with a lot width between 65 and 75 feet. So you can have a number of lot size variety with the plat. It would require a variance needed for a 7.5-foot side setback. Currently, the district requires a 5-foot setback on the garage side and a 10-foot setback on the living side. They're just asking for basically to be evenly across the board, especially when you have multiple builders within a development, that can make practical sense. Next slide. And then again, there's one amenity lot with a pool and seasonal pool house. The recreational facilities of a non-commercial nature are a permitted use in the district. And staff, including public safety, continue to be concerned with no on-site parking, as this lot is located in the far southeast corner of the development at the end of a cul-de-sac where no parking is allowed. So some on-street parking would be permissible on the north side of the street leading to the cul-de-sac. Based on American Planning Association standards and previous approvals granted to Ravinia, staff and the planning commission recommended 3 dedicated parking spaces, one of which dedicated as a ADA space.
May I ask a question about that? We've talked a lot about buffers. And to the gentleman's point who spoke, I think if you live in a residential area and the place next to you is zoned residential area, there is an expectation of homes, not swimming pools that the whole association can use. Is this accounted for in any code or buffer or something? Cause it's, it's gonna be loud, and that's not an expectation of, I think it's great, but is there a way? I'd really,
To buffer it.
yeah, I think putting that at somebody else's backyard is maybe a little out of
We
bounds.
do have buffer requirements that the plan needs to be updated to include, and I believe we spoke with the applicant today. They are looking at a fence in that area. There is a significant grade change as well, and a retaining wall. So I think that with landscaping and the fence, that would help. I don't know how open they are to the gentleman's request to flip it so that it's the clubhouse that abuts them versus the pool. I'm not opposed to that from the staff level. So I do think that there are some options that our code has already provided for that would allow for buffering between them and the neighboring property.
Well, I'm concerned about the noise more than, like, if you have a house next to you with a pool, it's not as if there'll be 30 screaming people in the pool most of the time during the summer.
So I will say it is a permitted use in the district. So we don't have discretion with the use itself. Where we do have discretion is the parking.
What is the definition? What is it that there's a permitted use specifically for
Permitted use.
home associations, swimming pools and residential?
Facilities of a non-commercial.
How is that? It's not commercial?
It's not commercial because it's a private community swimming pool. They're not charging for admission.
Yeah, they are.
They're
It's part of your
charging.
homeowners association.
It-
I'm serious.
Yeah, I would agree.
A homeowners association is not. Would you agree with that? Was there to the Okay. So a homeowners association is not a commercial entity. They're not.
I'm gonna say it is, and I'm gonna stick on that.
Well, then every homeowners association clubhouse would be considered a commercial use.
And I
that
think it
not-
is.
It isn't though, because we don't allow for that type of a commercial use in zoning districts for residential use.
I don't think legally it's been defined as such. I think the argument could be made.
Has it officially legally passed the muster of being?
I think generally that an HOA isn't considered a commercial entity is.
They don't
It's a
pay a
service.
tax of any kind.
Right.
I agree with John. I'm not crazy about it being next to that property, but if
But
everything
yeah,
is,
I agree with that as well.
if everything is there, I understand what you're saying too, but my input on this, once we get to discussion, is I'd rather see that someplace more centralized and such. So
I think what makes it commercial is that it's private. Because looking at permitted uses, we list parks, playgrounds, trails, and other recreational facilities of a non-commercial nature and directly related buildings and structures. And when I think parks, playgrounds, and trails, I'm thinking open to the public, so the person adjacent can use the parcel.
Can I say something?
Please.
So I think what might distinguish it is you don't have the opportunity living in that neighborhood to refuse to participate in the homeowners association. When you buy a property, it's understood that you have to be a member, so you couldn't say, I'm not using the pool, therefore I don't want to pay my fees. Those fees encompass all of the things to include all the other services they provide. This is just one. Whereas if it was a commercial enterprise, just like a neighborhood pool, everybody could say, well, I'll vote with my feet if I don't want to go to that pool. You don't have the option to not participate in the fee structure. You do have the option to whether or not you're going to use the amenity.
Could they put a gun range there?
No.
There probably are homeowners associations in Texas that might have a gun range.
I would say our gun.
I'm only saying that
our
because
gun
it's,
regulations for the city, though, I don't think you'd be able to put it, so that would be a separate.
in theory, I'm just saying that the impact of the neighborhood of something like this is different.
They could put.
A
like,
recreational-
volleyball court there, they could put a recreational facility there for their association, yes, it doesn't necessarily give you a pool, but we have other neighborhoods where they have private playgrounds, they have private bocce balls. They've just decided, what, pickleball?
Pickleball.
I guess I won't get stuck on this. Let's move on. This is preliminary, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide. For landscaping and wetlands, the wetland buffers need to be corrected in a few different areas, and that is detailed in the resolution. Several wetland buffers drop below the required minimum buffer width, but the applicant is working on that and is aware. The additional landscaping is needed on the amenity lot, and again, the applicant is working on that. And enhanced landscaping is needed along County Road 116 to be extended, or the shown setback line for lot 7 needed to be increased to 100 feet. So that's something I believe they're going to just add the additional landscaping. For the most part, the plan did meet the buffer yard requirements, though some plantings need to be added along the north and east project boundary, and we'll talk about this more in the variances. But however, the applicant is concerned, again, we'll talk about this more in the variance, but there is concern with the long-term viability of the landscaping plan in the buffer areas, and has requested to discuss that with you tonight as part of the variance request. So there are 3 setbacks. 2 of them were discussed with the concept plan, and the feedback provided at that meeting had them proceed with a variance instead of a zoning ordinance amendment for these 2 issues. So the first one is the setback of 7.5 feet. The applicant provided a detailed narrative as to why the request meets the practical difficulty standards outlined in the city code. Staff believes that the requested setback is a distinction without a difference, since a 15-foot building separation will still be maintained with the proposed setback. And it does seem to make practical sense that a consistent side setback be applied to avoid coordination concerns with multiple builders as well as city staff. So the applicant offers a 25-foot front setback as a way to mitigate the impacts of granting the side setback. And I did confirm that they provided a plan showing that all lots currently have 25-foot setback applied.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there an implication or a reason why we just wouldn't have the ordinance to be 15 feet in total, any which way you want to come to it?
I absolutely think that that is a change that we need to make. When this came as a concept plan to the council, it was asked if they should proceed with a variance or a zoning ordinance amendment, and it was said at that time to move forward with the variance.
Okay.
Will the people on the exterior, if the exterior of this proposal gets done first, will they be aware of that they might have construction traffic as the interior of the neighborhood is developed? Hypothetically speaking, so they won't complain constantly, even though they had construction traffic in the first place?
We have tried several times to include disclaimers as part of a requirement of a development as to what could go there.
Just
and
teasing.
they
I
don't
just want
look
people,
at it as our
yes.
experience.
I think this one also is, maybe I can't speak to it, but 1 or 2 phases as opposed to 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever the
Yes.
others are.
It just happens in every.
Yeah. For sure.
The second variance is for a garage, the garage maximum percentage standard. So we have a requirement that 55%, the garage cannot exceed 55% of the front floor elevation. But their product type is likely going to include 3, if not 4 car garages. And that standard will be quite difficult to meet. So the applicant provided, again, a detailed narrative as to why the request meets the practical difficulty standards, and staff finds it may be reasonable to grant the request. It has been a common PUD flexibility, particularly for 3-car garages. It really is a standard that makes more sense with 2-car garages. And staff prefers that households have the ability to park their vehicles comfortably without relying on street parking, because we don't allow street parking for half the year essentially. So the applicant offers a requirement that a second story be required in the 25-foot front setback, again, that's a typo, as a way to offset the impacts of granting the variance. And then staff agrees with the second story requirement. Next slide.
Wait, the 25 is already being offered as.
Yeah, 25 is an offer for basically both of them as a way to mitigate it.
Wow.
And then the buffer yard flexibility was not discussed with the concept plan, so this is a new request. The applicant again provided a very detailed narrative. And staff remains concerned that granting a variance that basically says we will come to some agreement on the fly will lead to several more requests of this nature, as it won't be a unique concern among applicants regarding the number of trees and best management practices with our ordinance. Multiple options are provided to meet the buffer yard requirements. And then if the council agrees that the tree survey and site photos show that some areas can either reduce the requirement or exempt the area, then that would be, as a wooded area, then that would be a better route to go than granting a variance. So summary of the remaining issues, again, the required parking for the amenity lot, the buffer yard requirements, specifically wetlands 2, 3, and 5 as a natural buffer. We agreed that the large wetland that's DNR protected was a natural buffer, but the wetlands in the northern portions of the site, we just need to confirm that they are considered a natural buffer. The buffer yard on lot 19, which is where that new right of way is being dedicated for future access onto 116. Are we going to require a buffer yard on that lot? Our code allows for it to be exempt if it's a road shown on our comprehensive plan, but this is not a road shown on our comprehensive plan. So that's part of the argument right there as to how to treat that.
Which one is this? Yeah.
That's lot 19. So we have this, we can go back a few slides. Oh, there it is. So at the very top of the screen, there is right of way being dedicated as a way to allow for a future plan and for a future road connection to County Road 116. It's actually along the north lot line of that green lot. So go up, nope. Yep, it's that way here, yeah, right there. So that area, that 30-foot right of way would have been a buffer yard, but because they're basically asking, is there any way to exempt it? Per my code, I don't think I can, because it's not a road on our comprehensive plan, but it is a road that we are requiring as the city. So looking for direction on that. Or do we want to see an additional buffer yard planted on top of that? Is basically the question. So if we go back to the summary slide. Determination that portions of the north and east property line may be considered an existing wooded area that either reduces or exempts the number of plantings or the buffer yard. And then buffer yard requirement on the amenity lot in addition to a retaining wall. When I just talked with the applicant today, it seemed like they were moving forward with just planning to plant that area and put a fence in that area. And then exempting lots 13 and 14. These are lots that they abut County Road 116, but they're also placed very far, and there is a lot of vegetation and wetlands between the rear facade and County Road 116. So basically, do we want the higher architectural treatment on those rear facades because we think that's going to be visible? Or are we actually exempting them because of the existing vegetation? They are not actually visible.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
On the other side of the road,
Mm-hmm.
did we grant an exception to those homes?
So I think.
Right up against 116, not right directly where the townhouses are, because they're not built yet, but north of that on the,
We didn't have the buffer ordinance then.
yeah.
We didn't have the code there. Not the buffer though, the architectural tree.
Yeah,
that was on the
yeah.
rear.
Oh.
We did not.
So that's the standard we have? So it's on the
Our
west side
standard
of
is that-
116, those homes meet the standard for buffer and,
Not for buffer.
Okay, yeah.
or on,
Architectural
treatment because they abut a road. Is that,
should be the case.
You're talking about like the homes north of.
yeah,
the
one,
Tice property.
on 116, you're going north, you
Yeah.
pass Hackamore, there's townhouses that are gonna be built.
Yeah,
And then there are more houses north on the west side.
yeah, before you get.
And I
to
think
So
it's
you look at
been
their
banned.
backyard. And they don't have decks yet. So that's our expectation of what of your facade of a home should be if it abuts a major road.
So they have to do equal treatment. As a, so I believe so. I would have to, I don't know exactly what houses we're talking about off the top of my head. When I drive up, I'm looking more at the single family homes that are directly along 116.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what he's
So
talking.
I believe so. Those would be the standard, yes.
They want an exception to that standard?
Well, no, not for lots 13 and 14. So that it's along.
Just two.
Yeah, two
Oh,
lots.
okay.
They're saying that they aren't actually visible. because
Oh,
of the
okay.
wetlands and trees in that area.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
So do we agree with that, or do we want the higher architectural standards?
Okay.
So that wouldn't require a variance, that's just saying that, yes, the existing vegetation makes it not visible. And that should be that. So the planning commission recommended approval of the project, so that included the comprehensive plan amendment. For you, that will require a 4/5 majority vote. The ordinance approving the zoning ordinance amendments. And the summary ordinance for that will require a 4/5 vote again. Then resolutions within findings of fact supporting the zoning ordinance amendments, approving the preliminary plat. And then it gets a little tricky with our variances. So the planning commission approved the side setback variance, or recommended approval of the side setback variance, but they recommended denial of the garage maximum and buffer yard variance. That is option A in the packet. Staff agrees with the planning correct recommendation, except for the variances. We recommend approval of the side setback and the garage maximum, but recommend denial of the buffer yard. And that is option B. And that's what I have here.
Thank you very much. Any questions off the bat for Natalie? Otherwise,
Can I make a motion?
you can, yeah,
Just as the planning commission recommended?
sure. So let's,
That doesn't mean we won't talk about it anymore.
right,
I will just.
I'm
throw
just
that
trying to
motion
clarify
on the
what the
table.
much, so that'd be to approve the comp plan amendment as proposed.
Yes,
The rezoning summary, ordinance publication, findings of fact, preliminary plat as is, and option A was planning commission? Okay.
Yeah.
So that variance combo of,
so, so I'll just put that out there, and then we'll have a discussion.
okay, do we have a second on that?
I'd second it with discussion.
We probably want to hear from the applicant first.
Yep.
Vote on it, but is there any thoughts on? Merit with that?
I'll go since I put it out there. I think that the buffer, I met the applicant out there and the buffers that are there. Some trees are like ash trees and box elder, and the ash trees are all gonna die. But they're cherry trees and oak trees too. And so I think we'd want to be selective in using existing buffer, because we know that the trees are gonna be dead And they're not trees, we already have some trees that we want in our buffers and some that we don't. So if they fit like the definition, I know you said that this might, some cascade of people wanting to use existing buffers or people with that same exception. And I think I'm okay with that exception. And then the other thing is that it's different when you're trying to say, well, we want, 7 feet between the houses and you're trying to put like 7,000 houses on 100 acres. This, they're just trying to design it in a way and they're not using it necessarily to squeeze as many houses on there as possible. They're just, yeah. So, that's my rationale for why I thought about that one that doesn't bother me as much as it usually does.
Can I clarify something you said, John?
Yeah.
So I thought I heard you say that you were sympathetic to the request to have the variance from the buffer ordinance.
Yeah.
But the option that you motion doesn't do that.
Yeah, I was looking at that as well.
Yeah, it denies it.
Oh, I think they're asking for. We need to modify that then, because I do want to deny specifically what they're asking for. And sort of maybe come up with something in between. What they're asking for and
Conditions.
yeah.
Then I would
So
suggest we vote-
rescind my second.
I would suggest we vote this one down then,
Okay.
just so that we can get back to a clean slate. That's
Fair enough.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Hey,
Okay.
Because I think that I wouldn't want to grant what they're asking for either. I think in some areas it makes sense to take credit. But I think to your point along the eastern side, where there's all the buckthorn, all that stuff's gotta come out or will die on its own. And I don't know that there's enough left there to be an acceptable buffer the way it is. But there could be partial credit for something.
Something, yeah. And then I want to talk about some of the situations of planting trees and some of our buffer requirements. Like I changed how I planted 4,000 trees now at my house. And they used to be 8 feet apart and I'm moving them to 10 feet apart. There's some of the reasons that are outlined in some of the, we've had people say that maybe they're too close and they're gonna die. I think I wanna think about that and talk about that also. None of us are horticulturalists, but I think we want to realistically look at that.
Reasonable.
I was just gonna say before we have more discussion, do we want to hear from the applicant?
I think so. You'd like to come on up now?
If they need one to sit into mayor and city council, to be representing the developer here tonight. Before I get going, I want to ask, based on your conversation just had about the water tower, when we get around to wanting to come up with a logo, you guys up for helping us with that?
Not me.
No, but John will pick paint colors for all the houses.
Perfect. So as Natalie said, I won't reiterate a lot of what Natalie said simply because of the how we're at, but we're looking at a 61 lot subdivision. We have 60 of them for houses and 1 for an amenity lot. A number of walkouts, 41 walkouts out of those, so certainly over 2/3 of the lots will be walkouts. So looking at a fairly high quality neighborhood with amenities, the amenity lot, as well as the homeowners association that will also have architectural control over the houses. So not only will it meet the city's requirements of how close you can have similar houses, but we also look at that as we look through the plans when they come in. Simply comp plan, whatever density ranges you come up with, as long as it supports what we've got, I'm okay with that, of course. So if it's 1.5 to 3 or 2 to 3, that's for you guys to decide. Rezoning based on zoning, RSF2 is certainly not what we want, but what it currently is. RSF3 is what we'd be looking for the lots to be at least a minimum of 65, and with that, we're doing a lot of 75s. The 3 variances,
First 7.5, I think that's fairly well explained by either it's 5 and 10, so 15, so you get 7.5, and half is 15. So the end result, you get the same thing. It just allows more flexibility for the builders to do garage left, garage right. Because assuming with the 5 and 10, once you set it, it pretty much stays the same the whole time. Not saying it won't anyway, but this allows a little bit more flexibility when builders come in and start looking with their buyers to how they want to position the house on the lot. The second one, with the garage, the percentage of the garage at the front elevation, I think the recommendation would have not allowed that. That would cause us a major problem trying to put the houses that are being proposed out here, would be built out here on 65 and 75, if we don't have that flexibility to do more garage. And again, with the second story, I think you drive through the neighborhoods that have been done with this size lot, with that size house. Yes, you're gonna see the garage, but it's not as dominant as you might think with such a large garage. So I would ask that you grant us that variance to allow that higher percentage of garage in that first elevation. The trees, certainly, first of all, thank you all for either talking to me or meeting me out there individually, and at least listening to what I had to say and seeing what's existing out there. I think I've resigned myself to the fact that I never was gonna say that we weren't gonna do landscaping, because landscaping helps us. And certainly when we were out there, we pointed to some areas that we're gonna wanna landscape just because there's open spaces between our property and the adjacent properties. I think what we're all asking for, this including staff and us, is what will be allowed to be counted as an existing tree and what won't. I think that will be the key. And not only species, I understand ash won't be allowed to be counted, I get that. But we've got some cherries, if you look at the plan, that are 8 inches or larger, that's what they typically survey. But you walk out there, there's probably 30, 40, 50 more trees out there that are between the 2.5 and 8 inches. If they're not ash, but those count as well, because that's typically the size of the tree that we would plant if or when we augment to the buffer area.
Quick question. Are those on your property or on the neighboring property?
So I would go up here. Here, we've got a lot more on our property. Up there really isn't much. So I think up there, and even the landscape plan that's been submitted between here and here meets your ordinance. So I've already resigned. Sounds like a bad word, but I understand that that's what's going to be planted here. It's what will count along here when we go back to relook at what the design should be.
Okay.
Wetlands, this is wetland 2. I think through the sketch plan, it was discussed that because of the distance, it didn't have to have buffer landscaping around that. This is wetland 3. I think it's not certainly as much distance, but there's a distance from here to here. The vegetation of the wetland is such, there are some trees that are in the wetland. We're not going to touch those trees. I would like you to consider us not having to do any buffer along here. This is wetland 5, and here it's a few hundred feet. And I will say virtually every tree from here to here is non-ash. So this area is going to have some fairly heavy landscaping existing trees. So to require buffer along here, I'm not quite sure it's going to provide us a whole lot of additional benefit. So those are the 3. The one wetland that is not shown on here well is the wetland 8 down here. That's still being discussed by your water resources people. And whatever our issue is, water drains from here, goes into the pond. We're picking up water from Hackamore as part of the deal we had with the city. This wetland is causing us a lot of issues of trying to create the best pond to collect all the water, to clean it, control it, and so on to get it out. If we had to save that wetland, it's going to create design issues that I'm not sure we're going to be able to actually satisfy. So if there's anything the council can do to help us, allow us to fill 11,000 square feet of wetland in that area, that would be beneficial to the project as well as stormwater flow and control throughout the site. The amenity lot,
You know that we don't get to have control over wetlands, right?
technically you do. Technically, you are the LGU.
Yeah, but they're not our rules. That's incorrect.
But the city still has the right to weigh in on whether.
We can
how
weigh
the
in.
Rules interpreted, but the rules are, whether or not that can be filled, or the little ones up here can be filled, that is a staff decision. In the case, consultant's decision.
I was on the watershed and I was part of that transition and they are an LGU that has more power than we do to do what you're asking us to do. And they can extend that. They make the rules and they're pretty heavy-handed with us as a city. You may not know that. So it's a big
I'm
ask.
asking if there's anything.
Yeah, I get it. I just want to,
Because I think in the end of the day, that wetland isn't serving a whole lot of environmental purpose. And us mitigating it 2 to 1 someplace else in Hennepin County is a better benefit to the whole, for the whole area. That's-
understand, yeah.
So, is anything you can do, amenity lot? The reality is, it's not the best lot to build a house on. I'll admit that. So putting the amenity down there does serve us a purpose. Is it too far from somebody over here to walk there? It's maybe 2,500, half a mile. I don't think that's too far for people to walk to go for swimming. It is open to only between basically the 4 months in the summer. It's not a year-round facility. We do have to landscape, not only do we have to buffer, do the buffer ordinance like every place else, but we also have to do trees based on the amount of site perimeter. My calculation is we'd have to put 16 overstory trees on that site, 6 understory trees and over 30 shrubs. So it will be very heavily landscaped. We got, right now it's showing it's about 45 feet from property line to the edge of the pool deck. In that area, we heavily landscaped. We do show retaining walls because they're over 4 feet high. We already have to put fence up. So there certainly will be a fence there to go from a metal fence that we typically do to a wood fence. That's certainly understandable. We'll look at switching the possibility of doing the buildings on the east side versus the them show on the west side. We'll certainly take a look at that. But we think it's a good amenity to provide for the neighborhood, and the rest of the lots are better suited for houses than that is.
You don't, Mr. Mayor, yeah,
Go ahead.
you don't think you're going to have any issues related to it not being more centralized
No,
with,
no.
with all of the, homeowners that are gonna be in this?
How about regarding the parking?
Yeah, the parking is a big deal.
Our preference would be not to do parking. The neighborhoods that we put together, we don't, most of them don't provide parking.
Around an amenity like
Around the
that,
amenity lot,
interesting.
people walk, and this isn't an uncommon distance for people. It may look like it because of the site, but the site isn't that large to start with. 60 lot subdivision is a pretty small subdivision. A lot of them are 200 lots plus, and even if you put it in the middle, it's still, the distance is similar in those neighborhoods. Putting it in the south. So our preference would be not to have the parking there. So I'd ask you to take the consideration of that.
what about the
Now we brought-
request of the building being at the end instead of?
We'll take a look at that. That's the best I can do at this point. I mean, I understand what he's saying about rather than the buildings here, the pool here, take the pool here and the buildings there. We'll take a look at that.
What do you mean by take a look at that? Because once tonight's done, you have no obligation to take a look at it. It's approved.
Well,
Can you clarify what you mean by take a look at that?
I don't know that
We brought up the amenity center at the planning commission meeting with you about it.
that issue was not, well, I don't recall that kind of a detail in that. you like it or don't like it, or yes or no. I don't even know if we showed the amenity.
No, you and I and Councilmember Camp had a conversation back there after the meeting was over and
Well, the
stressed.
planning commission, I'm sorry, the planning commission.
Planning
yes,
commission.
I thought it was a good concept, like my mind was back to last summer. Yes.
So, I mean, we've talked about it, we expressed the concern about it. I do think parking is gonna be a major issue. I can't see a mother pushing a stroller and a little kid walking behind her coming from that cul-de-sac down there. If she can't park on that street or in a parking lot, she's gonna park in Hackamore Circle and walk down the sidewalk to get there. That's the closest route for her. Now, we don't want that.
And our HOA documents do say you can't do it. I understand where you're coming from.
But your HOA doesn't control Hackamore Circle.
Hackamore Circle's the
The
street.
next street over.
But because of the, yeah, they'd have to walk the maturity.
Yeah,
It's, people, if they really want to, will figure out a way to do anything.
well, that's what we want to avoid. We want to have it confined in that area. So is there any option to move the amenity center to another lot, maybe? Maybe one of these smaller lots over here as you first come into the development?
Always an option. The issue we've got is, and I don't know what step, if we lose a lot because it's amenity lot on a development lot, does it affect the density to a point where we've got an issue? But because of the constraints of this lot, it really doesn't, it isn't suited for a house to be built on. So we would lose a lot, and it's an economic decision.
Does the pool, does that amenity need to be part of this community?
Buildings that we've talked to have asked that it be included if we can. Does it have to be? Doesn't have to be, but it is an amenity that the builders of this price range of housing feel that it does help sell it in the neighborhood.
Because I'm gonna jump with the lack of how that looks. The consideration of it looks in terms of an approval. Like you were, and also process wise, if we were in favor of even doing something with parking, what options would we have? It's not a variance.
For this, for the parking?
Yeah,
So for the parking, that wouldn't be a variance, so for non-residential in terms of housing, so non-housing uses. We have a table of the required parking. And when we don't have the specific use called out, we really don't have a clear use called out for a private community swimming pool. We are able to kind of negotiate the parking. So we can say, as a city that, I provided a few different formulas in the staff report, and that's where I landed on 2 to 3. I really think at least one ADA space.
right.
And, potentially 1 or 2 more would make sense with the size of the community, especially comparing to what we've done in Virginia.
Right.
However, council has the ability to disagree with that and say that no parking be required, or no offsite. No dedicated parking spaces needs to be required. It's a condition in the resolution, so it wouldn't be a variance to remove that condition.
Okay. Thank you.
So if you're a 16-year-old kid and you park in Hackamore Circle to go to the pool, because that's the easiest, there's no parking, but you can go to Hackamore Circle and park and walk to the pool in short order. There's no mechanism for us to actually enforce, like, we can't.
As long as they're parked legally on that street.
Yeah, we can't, so they're gonna be, I suspect there'll be a ton of cars parked on that street.
Yeah. My concern, I think you also know that with, me having a young son, I would imagine Aaron, if we lived on that northern half of that development, wouldn't walk with a baby that far, he'd drive. So yeah, that is a concern. I think a couple, 2, 3 lots, the ADA, potentially for service and for trying to mitigate on-street parking in other neighborhoods.
Do we allow on-street parking on Hackamore now?
No, so they wouldn't be able to, or I don't know.
There's no parking signs.
Circle or?
Hackamore, just Hackamore in general,
No parking.
but we don't have signage up for that.
Probably not installed yet. I think we just did a temporary needed signage for the winter.
Okay.
Yeah, what's all.
But Hackamore Circle, they could.
Yeah, they could. And that would be my theory, what's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's why I'm rolling with that.
Mayor, could I, just a question? So after the commission meeting, we had spoken and I came away with a different impression than what I saw tonight. I actually came away with the impression that you were gonna look at moving the amenity site. And we had talked about one of these sites. Did those discussions happen and were just seen as unfavorable, or did they not happen? Because I thought, I came away with that impression that you were proactively trying to find a different location for that after the gentleman spoke at the commission meeting.
Yeah, and to answer the question, we looked at it, just the fact that, and it was one of these 3 lots.
Okay.
But those 3 lots are, you can build a better house on those 3 lots than that one. So as of right now, our preference is still there because of the economics and what the builders can build on this lot versus putting another house.
If you had to choose between not having an amenity site and one of these 3 sites, you suspect that they'd keep the amenity site? If you were to move, oops, I'm sorry. If you were to move the amenity site to one of these 3, as we talked after the commission meeting, do you think they'd choose to do that or to forego having an amenity site? Because of the economics that you're just speaking of.
I think as of right now, they will say that they would prefer building a house and not having the amenity.
Thanks for clarifying.
I would also prefer that.
Do people
Just based on
park
the
at your
impact.
pool?
There's a 5 or 6
Yeah.
or 7 space parking.
You
There's a little lot and then there's
It's 4 in front.
on street
There's a
that are
couple on street.
indented.
I used to ride bike to hours, but
Oh.
I don't remember if anybody. But you would have experience if people actually park at your pool.
Yeah,
rather than-
there's usually some cars there, because it's also got a little structure that people.
Community room, right?
Yeah.
You can rent.
Yep,
Yeah,
or reserve, I think.
But the people that live by the pool then understand there's going to be parking in front of their home.
People across the street, I guess, understand that there is across the street in that parking lot and a couple of dead spots, I haven't heard complaints on that specifically.
Well, the amenities, the difference there too is your amenity center was built in the middle of your development.
True.
Before, and really a lot of those homes were built.
For sure.
and they can walk across, I mean, one benefit is that you can just walk across the street. You accept that other people will park there because you yourself have to just walk across the street.
Yeah, I don't expect it'll be an issue for the 5 houses down there, but
I think it would help them sell the having a amenity center, but that's not necessarily our job to make a decision based on that, but I'm more concerned about the impact to that other neighborhood.
yeah.
Perhaps if they had parking there, it wouldn't be such a concern.
Could mitigate it, yeah.
Well, if they put parking there, I'm assuming that takes away from their screening. To the existing neighborhood to the east.
Mayor and council, we had to put 3 parking stalls, we put them down in here. They're, you come off the street and the setback here is 25 feet. So even from the street, it probably comes along here, so you can put these stalls here. So there's still going to be ample area.
Okay, but I think that's what I would recommend.
Putting parking.
About this staff suggested with 2 and then one ADA. Something on that. Consideration of flipping the pool / building. I do like the idea of potentially the wood fence you talked about. I don't know if we could amend that into anything
Requiring a wood fence?
for the pool, or some sort of higher or lower or higher opacity.
That could be something you factor in as a mitigation on the buffering.
I think we could, when we talk about screening, I think we could say the fence, and that's what you're planning to do. So I think I'm hearing that they're agreeable to that change, so let me look at what condition that is.
Perfect. Great. Any other questions on the applicant? Yeah, I have no more questions. I think we're good. Thank you. Well, Natalie's looking that up. I guess speaking to the comprehensive plan item first. Do we have? Oh, so,
The neighbor would like to speak, if
Oh.
that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
sure.
And I live on Hackmore Circle, and you're correct, they would park on the circle because it's a quarter mile from my house, or the edge of my lot, to the end of 116. That's just a quarter mile, when you go up the hill, that'd be another quarter mile, if you have 4 kids, you're gonna walk with 4 kids and snacks and all that, I doubt it. If you do put parking there, are you gonna have to have a handicap spot?
Yes.
Yes, that's what we,
He talks about economic, you know, what about my lot, my neighbor's lot? Having that, you have economics on me. So, and I've been there for 32 years. That circle's been there for as long as I've been there, so.
Yep, we
We're gonna
realize,
Consider economics.
we realize that.
What levers do we have if we wanted to get that to move?
Permitted use in the district.
I don't know what we do.
Yeah, I don't believe if we are agreeing with everything else in terms of getting us to the point where we're doing straight zoning. The lot meets the minimum requirements for a house for something that's not a single family house. Meets the minimum width and the minimum lot square footage. They are providing the required buffering, so I don't believe
I think-
there is a lot of
I think we can
leverage.
try to mitigate by,
We can add
Parking, so-
conditions to it, but that, yeah, in terms of the parking and the landscaping. But I don't believe we have an ability to say that a permitted use can't go on a lot that meets minimum standards.
What about the condition of the request the neighbor made about having the pool, the building on the other side, flipping that? Is that a condition that we could?
We can't condition the plot, right?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
The only thing really in our discretion is the first listing item on that screen. The comprehensive plan amendment
In the rezoning.
and the rezoning. So if you really feel strong enough about it, that's where you stop.
Mhm.
And you don't even have to talk about the rest of it, really.
but then also keep in mind that the next thing that could come in could be like it is across the street. Or something that's maybe a more intense use.
That's why I'm hoping the applicant would really consider moving that.
They could build a bigger house, finding that lot in the empty lot, and build a bigger house on that lot. And then move it over to the other lot. That would help with his economics, and it would help with mine.
I
When
think,
you originally, the concept drawing originally had, you had houses going all the way to the end of that cul-de-sac. And then you said that they couldn't put that cul-de-sac, small cul-de-sac. So I was all set. The house was a house. I always figured there'd be a house there. I didn't figure I was gonna have a community pool with. Well, if you had 6 houses or 60 houses, 4 in a house, you have 240 people sitting out there. And it's a little more than just a amenity house, it'd be a community pool.
Can I ask a question for staff? At that recommendation, is there a reason why you can't, I'm assuming it has to do with that access and limiting the amount of accesses, but couldn't you, in theory, disconnect that cul-de-sac from the street that goes north-south and have that end of that cul-de-sac end by that water area over here and have that cul-de-sac access off the street? Or is there just not enough room to make a 90-degree turn in there?
I'm not sure.
Basically,
Yeah.
take and flip that cul-de-sac so it deadheads to the west and doesn't connect.
So it has.
So
to
you
be
make that a
connected
buildable
on-
lot.
I see what he's doing. Take this cul-de-sac and put it here and access here into that cul-de-sac.
This way?
Does that bind anybody?
Well, that makes that a buildable lot then.
I mean, well, if you didn't make this cul-de-sac, where you put a road right about here, going on that, then you, that wouldn't.
I don't-
It doesn't meter space.
It would
Yeah,
be
I
don't think it
much
would.
More circle,
Yeah.
it'd be one house between two
Yeah.
access points that would create safety issues in the long term of a collector.
Yep.
If the access is where it has to be.
They're not able to impact that wetland. It's a DNR protected wetland, much to the north. That's why it's kind of a constrained area that they're trying to make the most out of.
Gotcha.
I'm looking up the rule on homeowners associations and whether they're a business or not.
Okay.
There are multiple rulings on whether, what it takes for a homeowners association to be held as a for-profit entity. Part of it comes with exceptions. According to Commissioner versus Lake Forest, denied exception to social welfare organization because the organization didn't benefit the public at large, nor was it contribution of a public character. Court looked to the benefits provided and not the number of persons who receive benefits through membership. Like it's not it's not like determining that is has case law precedent throughout American history. I don't want to I personally would like some legal advice as to whether or not a homeowners association pool should be exempt from
The permitted uses.
permitted uses. And if they're asking for, I'm fine with it if it's not right next to something else. I think we should have some flexibility on that. Based on that, I think it's a business. For the use and purpose for people specifically that live in that area.
I don't know how we get that advice short of.
Yeah.
Could you say it one more time? I'm typing it to her.
Okay.
Well, I think it's okay to sit on an application for a meeting. It wouldn't be the first time we waited 2 weeks to get towns do it all the time. And I don't have a problem sitting and I like the application. I want some clarification on a couple of pieces of it before I'd want to make a decision.
I am not available April 11th.
Yep.
And April 25th is the review deadline.
Is that the 60-day or is that? have we
That is,
used
I
our-
believe, the 120 day. So.
But we don't need your input necessarily. If you've given it on, if we've narrowed the scope of what we're gonna look into,
Just that.
yeah.
Could you make that sentence one more time, please, Councilman?
Oh, I just said we don't necessarily need Natalie after the April 11th meeting to make a decision on determination of whether a
If we've gotten
community
everything else
property
settled.
owned by an HOA is a,
If we've gotten everything else settled tonight.
yeah. We just been waiting on one answer. If we can't do anything about it, we can at least buffer it out, put parking spots. If we can do something about it, then we,
Okay, so let's see if we can get to an agreement on everything else. And then we can look at that.
does that make sense?
I would ask, how, for clarification for staff, how you would foresee the legal opinion impacting the decision. So if, just so that I have a clarification on, if this is a key decision point, as I'm understanding it, how would the outcomes look different depending on the feedback that you got from legal opinion?
I think I would question whether it's a permitted use inside residential, whether a business is a permitted use inside a residential zone. And I question very specifically whether a an entity owned by an HOA limited to the people who live in that HOA.
So if I may express a concern,
Yeah.
I'm new here, but have we established precedent by having another development
Yeah.
with a similar but much larger with more amenities facility in there? Would we open up?
No, I know, I'm just, yeah, you're right. I'm just asking.
We've already made a decision that
But we had-
the council
We-
has established their.
We did set, yeah, I know, we did, I'm just thinking aloud, not,
That's why I'm asking how the decision would look.
yeah, if we
different.
already
That's
said
why.
yes to somewhere else, but then we find out I mean,
That
not-
was a PUD.
I know,
And there
that's
was a
also,
benefit
that's also what
in a
I'm thinking
PUD.
about, because have we ever not had it be part of a PUD?
No, but they do, it is a use that is allowed because we allow private parks, we allow private courts. It is a private pool that's owned by an HOA. We don't, the PUDs don't specifically call it out as a use that is being allowed, that's not typically allowed. It's called out as a use that is a permitted use in these districts. It is recreational facilities that are not not available to the public.
Yeah.
In terms of a fee.
So I think we're in a
not
pick,
Commercial utility.
we're kind of in a pickle where there are only like, I think this thing is so close to being just right at code that, that they could probably just make it to code and it would pass tomorrow. We'd have no choice. Do you agree with that? I mean, it's almost per code.
They
They
could
could
change it to
change it
8
down.
foot lots.
Yeah.
And then to put an amenity lot right there just to be difficult and we would have to pass it, yes.
Well, then it wouldn't match density
Well,
potentially.
I suppose,
Yeah,
but I kind of would like to just. So we have to, this, you guys say. The 5 of us can't go to one of our houses like on Tuesday before the meeting and have this discussion. It all has to come out right in public. This is the first time the 5 of us have talked about this. So. Like when you sit around with your friends and you brainstorm ideas. And then you say, oh, this is a good one, this is a bad one, whatever. We have to do that in front of everybody. So we kind of just have to discuss things as they come up, and that's just how it goes. It's ugly sometimes. That's how the sausage gets made.
For sure.
So I'm just thinking aloud of how we accomplish some things, and I don't think that's a way we can do it. Thank you, Jay, for the clarification question, because I don't think that there's much we could do. I would like the parking spot.
May I ask one other question and potentially of the applicant? So I was just looking at the distance of this and what if you were to, and I understand that this might be a pickle. What if you were to flop the amenity position for this lot right here? So just looking at the distances and the square footage of the lots. The orientation of the house might be a little bit hinky, there might be something different. But with the stalling on this particular issue, I looked at all the other lots through your development. This one on the end appears to be the closest to similar square footage. That would solve the neighbor's problem. You still have some ability there for some parking. And that would resolve the issue that is at hand. Any thoughts on that, sir?
Mayor and council, I don't know if I got an answer for you, unfortunately. The only reason I did it, because I started thinking in my mind, and yes, there's a lot of retaining wall either to make that one work. This is a walkout lot. If we were to move it, I would say we probably would move it to one of these. If ultimately, if it was our choice and we were to move it, we'd probably move one of these because these are flat lots. Grading, it works out a lot better. Frankly, these are crawl space lots, so they can't even have full basements, so it may make sense to go there. So if your concern is how this lays out, I would ask that you say that we have to have 3 parking stalls and the buildings have to go on the east side. Then we go back and make our decision if that's gonna work for us. If it doesn't, and we need it, we'll figure out a different place to put it.
I will say one thing you're not really seeing is the amount of buffer setback that they have too. So that it's a really thin amount. I don't
Oh,
think a
yeah.
house changing, just simply changing the orientation of a house can have a house fit on that lot.
That makes sense.
You probably don't have enough.
We're
street
just trying to
space
solve the
either.
problem.
Probably not.
It's just kind of an awkward shape.
Can they just cement in one of the ponds and call it a community center or?
They've been having a lot of issues with their TDEP board with getting rid of one wetlands. I think they're having a hard time cementing.
I'm just asking.
So Steve,
Mitigation.
you're amicable to flipping it, the building potentially?
If that's the condition you place, that we have to have the 3 parking stalls, one of them in the ADA, and that the building goes on the east side, understandable, we have to go work with.
Is that
And
workable?
we'll certainly put the fence in, that's.
Is that workable, sir?
And
How tall is the retaining wall that you talk
retaining wall
about?
itself, the highest point is about 7 feet, and there'll be a fence on top.
The
of it.
fence on top. So it does kind of sit in the hollow, if I remember the topography, and over in that corner, you're gonna whittle it all out and you're gonna leave a pretty decent wall.
Yeah, well, this here, you got the storm sewer that was put in by the city's Hackmore property, that'll certainly stay. So go east of that, we'll go up with a wall to bring the grade up.
Yeah.
Then there'll be a fence on top of that, so.
Natalie, do you have those
Yeah.
items?
So paragraph 11, we say the amenity lot containing a swimming pool and pool house will require 3 off-street parking spaces, including 1 handicap space. And then you could just add on to that sentence. Well, so 11A, we could create a new paragraph that says the structures need to be reoriented so that the clubhouse is to the east with the pool to the west. And then, paragraph 12(6) would be a new paragraph that says that a privacy fence will be required on the amenity lot as part of the buffer yard.
I will make a motion to amend resolution 2024-27 as Natalie just laid out.
Second.
Any discussion?
Can I ask a question? I wish Matt was here to ask this too, but does public safety have anything in their magic bag that if we find out there is a parking issue on Hackmore Circle in the future, that we can restrict it to like residents only?
I was gonna ask, could we do no parking?
There's
You guys
no way.
park on your road?
I can tell you there's no way. We've come across this 20 times on council. You can't restrict parking on public streets. Oh, unless you do it on all of them.
Well, also
You can do it on all.
yeah, cul-de-sacs, we're not.
Yeah,
Yes.
we couldn't restrict it from
Yeah.
this neighborhood
Yes.
parking there. We could.
Anybody can drive on them,
restrict
anyone can park.
Any park.
So the concern is from Hackamore Circle.
The Hackamore Circle.
So there's gonna be a fence and a retaining wall.
Yeah, it might be alleviated here though with the.
There's a public trail along.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So my fear is they're gonna park and walk down the trail, because they only have to walk past his house to get to the pool. It's a much shorter walk to do that than push your child stroller from this far cul-de-sac down.
Aren't they gonna just park on the street there?
So there would be, there's some on-street parking that on the street leading up to the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
asking.
then if we have 3 spaces, I mean, Ravinia has, I believe, 5 parking spaces
Yeah.
and then some on-street parking.
That's what we're hoping.
So I think 3,
Yeah.
60
3
houses,
and
3 plus some on-street should be sufficient. particularly since 5 of the houses are for sure going to walk. Like, I don't see them wanting
Yeah.
to drive.
But I thought you mentioned that you don't allow parking in your HOA on streets.
We don't allow the parking for the people that are going to the amenity lot. But we do, I mean, certainly if people have friends over and they have to park in, you know, there's more than.
Right, but I mean, to
How do you
staff's
control
point,
that?
yeah, how do you control that? Staff's point is that they allow parking on the street.
The honest truth is, it's never come up, it's never been an issue because the people don't typically drive to these.
Well, these are city streets, they're not private roads,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You would have no control at all as to where people park.
That- And I would agree, I think people will park.
People
They're
for
gonna
sure will
they're
park
gonna
there.
Here,
Yeah,
they're not gonna park over.
well, the hope is with those spots and the 3.
Yeah.
That mitigates it enough.
Yeah.
It's gonna mitigate.
Okay, my
most
concern
of
was
it.
the comment you made that you don't allow parking on the street
Oh,
in
I'm sorry,
HOA.
no, it was to the amenity lot. We don't allow people. To go
In practice,
park in
they go
front of
park
the
there for amenity
amenities
lots,
lot.
but you. won't-
Right, because there's no parking in cul-de-sacs.
Well, we don't, but even if it was here.
But you'd never know.
But if I lived on any one of those lots, I could park out in front of my house.
Yes, you could,
Okay.
yes, absolutely.
Thanks for clarifying.
So we did have the motion and the second and the discussion on it. Is there anything else on that?
One
Otherwise-
more discussion, just for the neighbor. I'd ask the question, does anybody park on your road down to the cul-de-sac now in your neighborhood?
No. We all have driveways that are 120
Yep.
feet long,
Uh,
130 feet long. There's no reason to park.
I've been the slow truck driving through your neighborhood, just checking it out because you are next to this, so.
Yeah.
I'm asking that. It's something that we would need to monitor, and if it starts going, we'd have to make a call there somehow, some way.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
Okay,
On the amended resolution, all those in favor say aye.
aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. So now,
Amendment made but not adopted.
correct. Yep. That was the changes that Natalie, that's spelled out for us. Regarding. What do we want to tackle here next?
We talk
well,
about
this
the
on the
buffer.
screen. Or do you wanna do it in a different order?
No, that's fine.
Could we actually go back one slide and just make sure we have the mini lot is done. We are okay with wetlands serving as a natural buffer. Are we consider any of those wetlands as natural buffers?
I was okay with those 3.
Yeah,
But do we want a buffer yard on lot 19 in addition to the right of way that staff and the feasibility study require?
Is that buffer yard on the north side of lot 19?
Yeah.
Yes,
Looking at the plantings, they're already putting the 2 required overstory trees. What more would be required if they,
For lot 19, I need the calculations, but it'd be. So there'd be some understory and some shrub requirements, I believe.
and we're talking along that,
right here?
Lot 19, it's in the top.
that future access
Yeah.
road. Yep, no, I'm in the right
right away
place.
until property to the northwest decided.
Yeah, so eventually it would be a road. It'd be part of the road.
Right.
Well, the way that they're laid out now, the overstory trees are on the lot itself,
Mhm.
rather than
Right,
in the
yeah.
buffer.
Yep.
Well, sorry, in the right of way.
No. The plantings themselves are not the buffer?
Well, what I'm looking at is this one. I'm sure you can't see it from where you are, but the trees are on the lot side today.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Looks like they're close.
It should be on the lot.
Yeah, they're not in the right of way, but they're outside of it.
They wouldn't need those plantings if the street was going through.
So
Correct.
if we weren't requiring the street, they would have to provide a buffer yard, and I believe they're doing a detail A is approximately about a 30 or 20 or 30 foot buffer yard. And then for the buffer yard along the north, we require so every 100 lineal feet require like 3 understory trees, I'm sorry, 6 understory trees,
I think that's.
3 overstory trees, and 9 shrubs for a 20-foot wide buffer. And so that's what they have on the, in detail A. If we weren't requiring the road, that would
Looking at
have
the
to
one, so it's.
be extended
where those
to the
are.
west so that it covered lot 19.
Okay.
Their argument is we're requiring them to put that right away there. They didn't want to put that right away there. Do they really need to do a buffer yard in addition to the space they've lost with that 30-foot right of way?
Are we confident that however, if when those properties develop, that that's where that street would have to go?
Because the
Yeah.
space is
take
so
it.
limited, yeah, that is for future planning. So that it is actually a viable option. You're trying to mitigate the impact on the property that's going last, essentially, or the group of properties that would be going last. So we are very confident that that is where the spacing requirements for the county would allow that road to go.
I would echo the county's requiring it to be in the location.
Then I'd say,
There's already a ton of trees on that northern border.
I'd say it's okay then to waive that.
I mean, it's. I agree.
I think we should, add something real quick then, just to specifically exclude it.
Well, what are we gonna do to make sure that the appropriate amount of trees would be cut down and the appropriate amount left? I'm not all that excited about clear cut that northern part of that lot.
For lot.
You know what I'm
19.
saying?
That's a separate one. That's a separate item. Than lot 19.
Well,
We're only talking about right here.
Yep, no, and that's what I'm talking about is.
can you require
It's
them?
hard to see the overhead as far as. Where the exact. Future road is gonna be and how many of those trees will be affected.
I can show you.
Well, I'm right there already, John.
Can you require them to
Do you have the
leave
property
everything
line?
that's
Here's someplace.
in the
You got it?
future setback
Joey,
road right away?
you know one better than me.
And then not have the buffer? Cause then those trees would be gone.
So
and-
there's nothing there.
Lot 19 is the end.
Granted,
The
buffer
road is gonna be
area,
right here.
I think we would have the ability to mitigate it that way.
So.
But we just have to grant it there.
Yeah, for sure.
Not
If they're
necessarily.
putting a road there, they kind of have to, right? That's where
Actually, yeah,
it's
that was one of the things I believe I said in my staff report, that we could theoretically grant a buffer yard variance to lot 18. And, so that could be part of this, that they do need to have some plantings in the right of way, because our buffer yard ordinance doesn't allow trees in the right of way, so that would be something we're specifically allowing and how it's coming to the road.
I'd be good with that option.
So we would have to change that variance, that we could probably have come back at a later date, because I have not provided findings of fact to approve that variance.
Okay.
But I could have that for, to go on consent for April 11th.
Okay. That would work.
When we have more items on that.
Yeah.
As we continue
Yep.
to the
Okay.
rest of the list.
Yeah, if we bring back the other list. If the.
Okay, so determination that portions of the, okay, so how we want to handle the northeast property lines. I think the north, we're less concerned about at this point is really the east boundary. If any of those areas want to have trees that aren't buckthorn or ash, reduce the tree planting requirements, or if we're exempting it as wooded area, basically in the green space right here, the amenity lot, I'm saying needs to be planted. Really, it's this area that we're talking about.
Can I ask the applicant a question?
Sure.
What, do you know, you and I went out there, but I don't wanna just, I don't wanna say that's not buckthorn and ash. Because that also will incorporate, like, box elder is not, we'd never accept box elder as an acceptable buffer, but are there, from what you recall, are there specific tree types that you think should be included as meeting the standard of the buffer? I know there's a lot of cherry.
There's cherry, there's aspen,
Yeah,
there's elm. Elm used to be a.
Yeah, yeah.
For a better word, elm is not so bad
Not anymore.
But I'd say along here, the ones that were actually surveyed are ash, elm, cherry, and aspen. And understand the ash are a good count.
Yeah, so can we limit the ones that will count to be,
I would propose for something to count, should be on their property,
yes,
not the neighbor's property.
yep, we talked about that too.
Should be bigger than 2 inches caliper, and it should be anything other than buckthorn.
Oh, you wanna go
ash.
any other, not the list, the ones that,
We could do that too. I'd be fine with that.
Probably, I prefer.
But I think size and location are key.
yeah.
To be
I-
part of that
yes,
too.
that's additive, I agree with that.
I'm sorry, what species did we want then?
We wanted.
He said elm, aspen, cherry.
Okay.
and
Are there, can we, I can't remember if there are any oaks, but I would like to add oaks.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? The 8-inch ones we surveyed don't include oak. But if we go in there, we might find a few oaks that are 3.5 inches.
Mhm.
Clearly, we don't want to remove those. And we might-
Yeah.
Could we put some language like or similar as determined by
Similar.
staff?
Or anything on one of the city's tree lists.
Yeah,
Okay,
anything
or
on the
similar-
city's tree list?
Or similar species that are on.
Are you, is that
either
okay?
city's preferred
Yeah,
tree list.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And what do we need to amend to get that in?
So I'm gonna say
That'll be in the
we
variance.
could probably approve everything else tonight, but the variance, the variances will need to get handled on consent. But, the final plat is contingent upon variance approval or things need to get adjusted, so I'm not worried about having that be separately approved. And I will come back with findings of fact that approve of buffer ordinance, variance. And to include this change as well as lot 19.
Perfect, so that handles screening, buffering, tackle parking. Garage is the remaining one.
I have to look at the bottom one too, the exemption lot 13 and 14.
My initial thought to that is we do not exempt it if we have an exempted similar one that Bob was talking about the other side of the road.
But I think the difference
Yeah, they're way off the road.
was the
Yeah.
intervening trees between these homes and the county road, which isn't a factor for the Tavera homes, because they're
Tremendous,
are you guys-
tremendous number of trees in their backyard.
just for that one lot. I thought, was it 13 that was the northerly one?
13,
and
14.
There is a significant amount of trees in that wetland area.
Yep, I'm fine with that then.
Or are they gonna, they're not planning on tearing down the trees, though, right?
No, this is about the architectural.
No, I know, but if they tore down the trees, then that would
Oh, I see what you're
ixnay what we, if we.
Yeah, they were all trees that were on their preserve list. We could put a condition that lots 13 and 14 are exempt from being treated as architectural,
So long as
as
they
a
don't,
front, as long as the trees in that area are not removed.
The
for
inventory
plant.
trees, yeah.
yeah,
And where would that be meant to?
So I think we would just add that below the amenity lots, we'd add a paragraph.
I'll make a motion to amend resolution 2024-27 as laid out by Natalie for that. Item 13.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, then the parking item, the garage percentage. Any thoughts on that? Think staff's feedback, is that similar?
Yeah, I would say it was asked at concept plan whether or not they should proceed with a zoning ordinance amendment or a variance.
Mhm.
And the council direction at the time is to proceed with the variance because they wanted to look at it on a case by case basis. And so, that's how they proceeded.
Okay.
So I would recommend that we move forward with approving that variance and, it's certainly on staff's list of things we would like to look at as a goal so we can potentially avoid flexibility and variance requests to the standard.
In the ordinance as drafted, does it include language that was the language that was suggested as from the applicant to? outside
Yes,
of-
to require a second floor.
Yep.
And then the 25
25
foot
foot.
front setback.
I don't mind asking for a variance. And in this case, I don't mind granting it either.
Right.
I think the buyers are gonna be pretty finicky, so if it looks stupid, they're probably not gonna buy the house.
Right. That's fair. So I'd be fine granting this one.
Okay, so I will prepare a resolution of approval for all three variances for April 11th.
Okay. So we can approve that at that point, the rest. Not dependent.
Yeah,
on
the rest we can
that.
do today.
Okay. Any other items that you guys want to discuss on it? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution 2024-25, approving the comprehensive plan amendment, adopt ordinance 2024.
Why don't you read it? Why don't you make while you're gonna read them anyways, you might as well make the motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the resolution 2024-25 or adopt ordinance 2024-518. Approving the rezoning to RSF3, adopt summary ordinance 2024-519 for publication, approve resolution 2024-26 with findings of fact supporting the zoning ordinance amendment and resolution 2024-27 as amended.
Second.
Any discussion?
My only discussion is when we have to touch this again in May, to actually add the very low density. I'd like to suggest that staff, considers it a conservation zoning rather than a very low density zoning.
Title,
change.
somewhat.
The title should
Yeah.
align with our goals.
Yeah, and that could be decided at a later time. couldn't it?
I second
Sorry,
that.
she was confused with the motion. Can you say that again?
Oh, the title of the comp plan district.
Oh, yes, what would you like it to be called?
Do we have to decide on that tonight with this approval?
Do I
Okay.
have to send it to
What
you?
was your suggestion?
Conservation housing or
Conservation Home?
conservation,
Residential is what you.
conservation residential. Thank you. It's
Okay.
getting too late. for me.
That's much better verbiage
Yeah.
for people. Oh, they're conservationists.
Oh, we could call it affordable housing.
There you go.
Jeez,
Then we're meeting their requirement.
it is
Yeah,
getting late.
council
Let's
loves
go.
So do you need to edit something on this? then?
Yeah,
Is that-
I would speak an amendment to, sorry, we would have to do that on resolution 2024-25 and resolution 2020, I'm sorry, ordinance 2024-518.
Can be a friendly since.
Yeah, I will accept that as a friendly
Second.
to also do that.
Okay.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Does anyone need a break or want to power through?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Back here shortly.
I'm Right, oh,
Perfect. Okay, officially call the meeting back to order. We'll go into 8C, which is a public hearing for Tavera 4th edition easement vacation. I will go ahead and open the public hearing. If you would like to speak on it, you'll head up to the mic and you can state your name and address.
Mr. Mayor, would it make sense at all to give Kendra's presentation before the public hearing? So that people might have a
Do
little
that.
more knowledge on the request?
Sure,
He's only 4 slides, one to show the image, so.
perfect. Let's do that. So let's draw the opening of that for a moment.
I'm just struggling to get it. Think.
So for the 4th edition, vacation, this is, for 2 of the townhome lots on the west side of the project. If you go to the next slide. That is one of the lots. And lots 10 and 11 in the 2nd edition of Tavera 4. And, between the preliminary plat and final plat, we widened the easement between the 2, on that shared lot line for a deeper storm sewer. And at the time, the tiny encroachment that we're talking about was missed. When they came in for a building permit, we realized that a tiny corner, and you see in your pocket how tiny the corner is, encroached. Engineering looked at it and said, we can vacate that little corner, less than 1/4 of an acre of land. And so they have no objection. It's 0.25 square feet on one lot and 0.89 square feet on another.
Wait, square feet?
Square feet, tiny, tiny, tiny.
Oh my gosh.
So we do recommend approval of that vacation. Because again, it was a larger easement, it's a tiny, tiny.
Nothing to do with neighboring properties.
No.
Just the property on
It's an
Traverse.
easement that runs between lots 10 and 11. And again, for 0.25 square feet and 0.89 square. feet.
Well, if this housing bill passes, they'll expect their
Put
lots
an
to be
apartment there.
0.89
Yeah.
square feet with 4 stories.
So that bubble in the diagram gives you a sense of where that encroachment hits and how tiny it is.
Can I make a motion?
No, we have
Yeah,
a
we
public
have
hearing.
They have a public hearing first, and these guys have been sitting here all
Is there any
day.
other slides, Kendra?
They're not
No.
gonna talk, they're not on the Tavera stuff.
Move to adopt a resolution.
Yeah, they,
Any other? Okay, no. I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Did you guys want to speak?
Is that where you're talking about where that culvert is on my, east side, the west side?
No,
They put in, they filled my whole ditch in and put a culvert underneath it. I'm curious if that's pretty close to where you're talking about that lot.
no, we're really just, nothing physically is changing again. This is just a drawing on a map. That we're vacating a tiny bit of that so that it's not clouding the title of these 2 homes. Physically, nothing is changing.
sorry you've been here all night.
Yeah.
Wait, if you wanna say something,
Yeah,
you
you're more
should
than,
say something.
now's the time.
Anything, how mad you are, how tired you are.
I am mad.
Well, we get 2 maps, I guess.
So what, yeah, is the second one the next agenda item then? We have this one and we have this one.
Could you bring that up? Take a look.
Yes, so that's the one she just referred to.
Yeah, the two grade properties we're just talking
Is it
about.
for notifying within 500 feet?
Yeah.
So this is saying because the easement is within a 500-foot radius, which is our notice radius, this, I get noticed that this change is happening. So anyone within this circle.
So how could it, so does it actually, does this thing actually impact them? I just wanna
No,
clarify that.
They're within 500 feet. They're within 500 feet of it.
Oh, man,
We have to per state.
I'm sorry.
And we changed all of our public hearing
That's
grades.
why we're here.
Oh, no.
I think it, but it's still hitting that 350 where they are.
Yeah, we could change it back to 350, but I was told to change our.
No, yeah.
Yeah, that was,
That was
you guys
correct.
made that change.
Well, what was,
But maybe there should be a little explanation.
A little explanation with it.
Oh,
Okay,
You guys, I do apologize. If you want to take a card, all of us have cards up front. If something similar comes up, feel free to call any of us, shoot us an email. Hopefully we can try to clarify things ahead of time in the future. Right.
I did have a couple questions with the Trevera though, just a quick
Wanna-
question.
Go ahead and
come on up.
6665 Trail Lane, Corcoran, been there 31 years. As far as that development, when are the hours they can actually be working? Because that's really been inconsistent up there.
Should be 7 to 7 on weekdays and 8 to 4, I think, on weekends.
Okay, so I think the 7 part in the evening has been bypassed a few times for sure, but, and then the other thing.
well, what do they do when?
This is roofing.
yeah,
You could hear them.
Call on the non-emergency number.
If there's a way to record it, it's a problem.
Yeah, we just didn't know what the hours were.
Okay.
We knew there were set hours, that was the only reason for breaking the question up.
Gotcha.
and they
And then
can,
one other question, I guess, and there's other ones, but there's a park. I don't know what map to use here, but there's a park that will be put in for that development, which I think is in phase 2. And there was just a question, when will that be in process and when will they finish that?
Don't we have a set date on that? As of now, we're working on all of our park planning, including the city park, the big park project. So we'll probably have some better clarity on that in the coming months, but we don't know precisely when that will be.
And then walking path basically running from Hackamore all the way up through the back side of that development to the north.
Yeah, so there should
What
be.
it appears to be, it doesn't.
There'll
look like
be
it's complete.
trails connected, so the Hackmore Trail will be completed this coming construction season. And then the neighborhood trails will be built throughout the development as each phase is going. And part of that will be part of the Diamond Lake Trail, I believe, too.
Okay. And then one last question, there's a home, call it a twin home or whatever you want to call it, looks like it's a twin home. I think somebody had called up here, they've been running the lights in every room, I mean, it's pretty bright, it's not probably Glen Bush Roses bright, but is there a reason why? They said here at City Hall, it's a safety reason. And I'm like, seriously, every light in that house has gotta be on? for
When you
safety?
say
At night?
they said at City Hall, did you call City Hall?
Somebody called in our neighborhood,
It's right next to me.
yeah,
That's what I'm looking at.
and that whole place is just lit up.
If you could,
for 3 weeks,
if you could send me, grab my card and send me an email, I'll dig into this and I'll.
It just seems very odd. One, it's not very energy efficient, even though.
A lot of the builders are leaving all their lights on and send us the information.
I'm not sure, but if you reach out, I'll do some digging and let you know.
Yeah.
See what I can find out.
Locks on the door, whatever.
Yeah, every night.
Gotcha.
What?
You could email it.
And both TVs are on, upstairs and down.
Yes, that'd be great.
But if they are working outside of hours, make sure you call. Because-
I didn't want to rile or stir anything up because I didn't even know what their working hours were.
Yeah.
I heard there was something set,
Yes,
but I didn't have any idea what that
we
was.
put working hours in place a few years back because of the issues of them working way out and taking up people's enjoyment of their property. Late in the
A
evening.
couple of times, it was that dark. I don't know if they're running with headlamps or what they're running nails.
Oh, my gosh.
They can't be working inside either during that. They can't be staging equipment at that time, right? Outside of those hours, so.
So there's a non-emergency number. If you call our police department, it'll take you to a voicemail. And there's a non-emergency number that will get you in contact with the on-duty officer and they will come out and look.
You can also call 911 and say it's a non-emergency.
Yep, you can do it that way too.
Just wanted to understand a few of those things, so.
Thank you for coming in tonight, guys.
All right. We can go.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the item itself. Any discussion on it?
You guys can go.
No.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good night.
Thanks, guys. I'll entertain a motion to
You got a
approve.
jacket, ma'am.
Don't forget your jacket. To approve, that's not part of the motion. Resolution 2024-22, approving the easement vacation for Tavera 4th edition.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. On to 8D, similar presentation.
Yeah, if you want it, otherwise if
think
you
we're
want
good.
to hear, I don't need to.
I think we're good. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone like to speak? Nope, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Need a second.
Oh, yeah.
I-
Second.
I saw a head nod and I think I assumed it was the second of the sound. Do we have a second? John, second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 2024-21, approving the easement vacation for Tavera 6th edition.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Those people are never gonna participate in government
That
ever
was
again.
unfortunate that I do feel bad for them. A long ways. Okay, on to 8E.
Humble Real Estate has requested sketch plan review for the 80-acre parcel in the far northeast corner of the city. The property is guided and zoned industrial. It's in the Northeast District, so it's subject to both the industrial standards as well as the Northeast District standards. It's the only remaining developable industrial parcel in the Northeast. So the image, again, this is from our Northeast District plan. And I like this image because it shows the street connections onto 101. How the streets move through the site and connect ultimately to the properties to the west. Next slide. So the concept plan shows two buildings for generally warehouse distribution type uses. Those are the uses we anticipate in the industrial, or some of the uses we anticipate and permit in the industrial district. As proposed, the plan shows two lots, one for each of the buildings, and two outlots, one on each side of the new public streets. The buildings are about 540,000 square feet in total. And then you can see on the screen, there's a truck dock bay or dock area between the two buildings. So it's oriented in such a way that those dock bays are fully screened from the public street, County Road 101, from the future residential to the west, and then separated from the industrial property to the south by that open space. Generally, the buildings and the parking lots comply with the I-1 standards, with one exception, and we talked about this as part of the whole church site. It does require a variance for a zero setback for that truck bay. So that lot line is going to run right down that truck bay. So we won't meet setbacks for those drive aisles, parking stalls.
Facing each other, like to each
Yeah,
other.
to each other. And again, the GMU district allows that, but oddly, none of the other districts do by right. And I think Natalie talked about this with hope that it's something we feel like we should change in the ordinance. But for now, it would either require a variance or for you to direct them to ask for that ordinance. Next slide.
They finally gave up.
Yeah, frozen. Got locked up. It was like, I'm tired.
So the architecture generally, I mean, it's very early days, generally appears to comply. Again, this is one where I think council could provide some feedback. It's not a PUD, it's general zoning, but they are trying to break up the map of the building. You can see by those windows. And color changes on the side of it. Parking looks to comply. It's hard to tell at this level, but generally appears to comply with the number of stalls, trailer parking stalls and regular stalls. There is on the site plan an 8-foot landscape berm that is in between the street and that truck zone to provide screening. And so one of the things to talk about is, again, given where this property is that adequate to screen those truck bays, or is more screening like a wing wall or something going to be required? Next slide. We talked about the zero setback. Landscaping generally appears to comply with this level of detail. One question in that southwest corner, again, is the existing wetland and vegetation adequate to provide screening? Again, we have 1,000 feet between the adjacent residential. And so does that meet the buffer requirements in the ordinance? And that's a council discretionary item. So if additional landscaping is required up against that street, the applicant likely could comply, but whether that's necessary is a question for the council.
But just to clarify, along kind of like the red line on the street, close to the street there of the circle,
Yeah,
that's the 8-foot berm roughly on the south side of that street, and then there is plantings along that.
no.
There's no berm
On the north side of the street is where the berm is.
Okay.
And then on the northern street, it's on the south side of the street. Yeah, right in that zone.
Okay,
And then.
and is there planting to this, any plantings on the landscape plan to the south of the road?
There is some planting, but it isn't, it's streetscape planting, it's not buffer planting. So there will be a streetscape, and I show that in a later slide, maybe we can move, Jay. So, not this one, but. Probably the last one. So this one, shows the landscape, it's just a streetscape, so it's not meeting the buffer requirements. So given the size of that chunk of land and that distance, is it necessary?
Gotcha.
But there are plantings on the berm, right? I'm
There
seeing
are,
that
there
here.
are plantings
Yeah.
on the berm,
Yeah.
and again, distance and so. I did want to go back to this, he's probably the only one that's kind of critical for tonight. The code would require 4% of the land area to be dedicated for parkland. And if the comprehensive plan shows parkland on the park, we will take that before we take cash. What's a little different for tonight that I want to talk about is the map on the left is the comp plan map, and we had a trail shown running on the west side of this property. However, since the comp plan was adopted, Three Rivers has revised that was supposed to be the Three Rivers Diamond Lake Trail. Since then, they've revised their plan and shifted that west into Steve's property. And so the question is there a desire to have two trails next to each other by providing a trail on the west property line? Or would the council prefer to take that in cash? There are trails planned on road on 101 and on the southern Collector Street, as well as a sidewalk on the Collector Street and sidewalks on both sides of the local street on the north side. But again, I thought this was an important conversation because what our comprehensive plan shows is that trail, but really that trail moved west when Diamond Lake Trail got realigned. So you have some discretion there, and that would be helpful feedback for the applicant.
Isn't there an east-west one?
Being discussed, but I don't know if it is.
I think it's for the north.
Mayor and council, I actually met with Three Rivers. Wow, it's been a long day this morning.
Almost
Still
yesterday.
to me, though.
Not yesterday, this morning.
But I met with them this morning. I met with their planner and we discussed not only the possibility of the east-west trail, but also the future possibility of the regional park that they're trying to bring into Corcoran.
Yep.
And so to answer your question, yes, but it's very big map.
It's along that, it's pretty close to that parallel
I think it might be,
on the north
I
side.
think there might be
South-
two and they're
a little
kind of
bit.
in between, because I know one of the east-west, the Weaver Lake Trail they're talking about could potentially intersect at City Park.
Yeah, there's one, no, it doesn't matter, it's, at least have it be part of the discussion,
Yeah.
because there's one that goes like jogs along Rush Creek, which is at a parallel with my house.
Mhm.
That's why I know that about, because
Gotcha.
there's a map out there with that
That
trail
one on it.
going through my property.
Gotcha.
I'm like, well, I still live here, but
When it's a future park.
it's kind of, it is just south of here, but it's not on this map, and I just don't want it to get lost as
Gotcha.
we proceed on going through development along this corridor.
Gotcha.
Jay, could you speak to any input they had on this specific trail? Like what their plans are? I remember when they were speaking with us, they talked about this line is like a quarter mile wide and things can and are expected to shift back and forth.
We really focused our discussion more along what's happening right along at the 116 and 30 intersection. And what I was pressuring them on was clarification on the timeline for the underpass. One of the things that came out was they had the impression that there was going to be an underpass at 10 and at 50 coming into City Park. I said, that's not my understanding that it was both underpasses, but I may have misunderstood that. And I haven't had a chance to talk with staff about this, would we?
Three Rivers is under the impression of that?
Their planner was, and I said
want it.
that's.
That would be
Yeah,
great.
who's gonna put that
The
in?
more underpasses, the
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
I said, I didn't think that's where we're at right now. And I'm not sure that the topography supports it in both of those locations. But it was very, big map, wave of hand. And then it shifted to the regional park ideas. And to clarify, they're looking for at least 200 acres. What they're considering right now is actually going out for an RFP and seeing who would be interested in that, which I think is a very creative and good solution. Instead of freaking people out by throwing it on a map.
Yeah, it does. For sure. Any thoughts on having the kind of two trails if we were to take this trail?
So my suggestion on that was if we could do something where we take some of that park dedication and take, maybe that section of the parcel that has the woodland on it, that's north of the development. And then when the westerly parcel develops, maybe there's some complementary land and you can end up with a broader trail corridor that captures some more natural interest. Versus trying to put it in the middle of one parcel and potentially blocking its function. If we can take half from one side and half from the other, we may end up with a better overall trail segment.
And is that where it's proposed on this?
I'm sorry, I wasn't following. So you want to take the trail segment or a chunk of land in the wooded area?
So what I was saying is, rather than have the trail run through the adjacent property entirely, if we take land instead of cash,
Western.
and we capture portions of this that have natural interest that can become sort of the eastern side of the trail easement or a portion of the trail. And then when the western parcel develops, there might be other segments there that could be taken with that park dedication. We could end up with a more natural corridor than just trying to run it through the middle on a 20-foot easement like we had to do in other parts of it.
Is that location is that more on Three Rivers?
Well, I think that's good, if that's the council's direction, I think that's good feedback to bring to the Parks Commission and to meet with the rivers on. I think there's two parts really to that is, one, are we trying to accommodate the Three Rivers Trail? Because I think they're trying to get to that green dot. That woodland area, but, or is it just wanting another city trail that spur off of that trail?
I think it would be ideally for the Three Rivers Trail. So if this swung wider, if they still want to get to Steig Woods, you could still do that. And you might end up with, rather than, running for half a mile on a 20-foot wide easement, maybe you can capture some greater natural interest.
There was one over here for a long time.
Sure.
Well, there's nothing in there. When I first moved out here.
You're really one
I was going through here.
Parks and Trails Commission, I would echo, I was curious if we know between those two trails, if that was open for like residential development. So my concern would be, like you said, it'd be nice to have part of the Diamond Lake Trail, there's certain, we have minimums we're trying to make, but they also ask for like a 100-foot section rather than trying to hit these minimums that we're asking from some of these individual developments. So I'd echo the sentiment, if you did consider, if we need to get closer to what the Diamond Lake Trail's ideal spacing is for this trail, as we have this opportunity to have bring into developments. I think that's worth considering, and then if that's the case, also considering the west side of that property, and now we're putting landscaping and what that's gonna look like from that trail. It would be alongside that development.
I think we kind of box ourselves in if we don't take the west side of that instead of money. Cause then the adjacent landowner, if at least we have two options here. If the adjacent landowner says, I don't want a trail on my land and I'm not, or whatever, huh?
Which may be the case.
Yeah, we don't know that, so
Yeah.
why not give ourselves an option? And if it doesn't work out, we can.
I'd
I don't
rather
know.
follow the border and be split between the two.
Okay.
And use, like Jeremy said, the woodland to the north of the building, northwest corner of the building is a significant stand of trees. It's hard for me to accept even cutting any of them down. And one of the requests would be, is there any way they can shrink the building and save more of those trees, or change that second building on the west side to a 2-story building and use that use that woodland to the northwest corner, an amenity to a building instead of two big industrial buildings. I'd like to see a little bit more character. The first building, I understand. The second building, it'd be nice if it'd be a little different, multi-story.
Well,
We're gonna need to do something too with the land around that wetland in the southwest corner. With everything that happened on an international and stuff and those folks that are 1,000 feet away, we talked about. It's going to be a big deal if they can all of a sudden see those two buildings too. It needs to be screened.
And that's why I'm a little concerned about the potential waiving of the buffer, even despite the sizable wetland.
Wait,
Well,
there are no
let me
houses.
Let me ask you
there.
this.
Sure.
I understand what you're saying about the houses.
That's over
but
here. Right?
You're talking about 1,000 feet of cattail swamp, not waiving a buffer. But one of the wetlands in the project we just approved is only probably 30 feet wide. And we said, go ahead
Where
and
are the
waive it.
houses gonna be in?
I think the difference is that there's 700 or however many thousand square feet of industrial on the other side.
Oh, God.
Right, but you're also talking
bad.
about treated 8-foot berms.
Yeah.
And
I guess-
1,000 feet back.
Yeah, I guess that's where we need to have the discussion on if we think that it's gonna be completely screened from the residential to the south and stuff.
I don't think you'll ever completely screen it because you're talking about 45-foot tall buildings. And I guess I wanted to explore Dean's comment about 2-story buildings in there, making it smaller than a 2-story when you're already talking about a 45-foot tall building.
That's what I mean, is something 45-foot tall, it's gonna be warehouse and stuff, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice to see more glass,
And that the thing is what we would see, that this doesn't have the architectural
office style
details,
building instead of.
correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. We have some examples of what it could look like, but it is an industrial district. It's
Yeah.
not an office district, and so we do have standards for the industrial district. And I think it's a little hard to tell at this scale and at this concept level, but I think it's important to note that the south west corner is sort of that front of the building, like, again, that example of red. But then the sides, might be less, finished, but they would still have, as you can see on that top rendering, some breaks in the elevation. So, as proposed, this concept really has one variance, that I can identify, which is that shared parking thing. But otherwise, it's compliant with the I district, so it's not a PUD like the other ones we've seen. But certainly I think it's important for the applicant to hear, concerns about, what somebody 1,000 feet away might see. And maybe you could do some view sheds or something.
That'd
if
be
this
very
comes
helpful.
back. But again, it is 1,000 feet away.
I think anything that can be done to illustrate what the proposed building would look like from particularly those southwest angles from the residential there, and anything that can be done to help screen it, whether that's with the buffer through just the regular landscaping with the berm, however it's accomplished. I think just the better we can screen it, the more in favor of it.
We're trying to diversify our tax base.
Yep.
And that's why we did this in the first place. And like, we're running out of spots that are more than 1,000 feet away from the nearest.
Yeah.
Anything,
For sure.
I mean, the concept is what I would envision there. To be honest with you. This goes back to the days when we were talking about the Brockton interchange to me, what
Yeah.
we wanted to attract in this area and for a tax base. To me, this is the least intrusive industrial building we'll see in the city because it's so far away from everything.
I agree.
I think the plan is actually really well thought out and laid out myself. there was one thing in there, I think you brought up in the staff report, that we needs consideration is parking islands in the trailer parking lot.
Thank you. I think that's one of the slides we might have skipped, but yes, the Northeast District talks about islands in the parking lot and doesn't distinguish between truck trailer zones and parking lots. And I think that's an oversight, but, the reality is it doesn't distinguish between that. And those trailer zones are considered parking stalls. And so, this is a question that I have, is that something that the council would want to see the ordinance change or provide a variance for? Because the reality is it doesn't work. You do not want parking lot islands in those tractor trailers.
Yeah, I think it's
I mean,
an oversight.
Yeah.
it's true. That I think we should do an ordinance change on, but really, when you start talking about saving trees, you're really talking about eliminating opportunity in a commercial district, and I can see saving trees in residential area where you want to create buffer, you want to create things, but this is designed to be an industrial area.
I just
I
might,
think the
I'm-
concept is great.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I'm just asking if it could be shrunk because of that stand of trees is substantial. I mean, they're not wasted trees. They're not the stuff we've been talking about. We don't have very many of those hanging around. It's their property. They could have clear cut it a year ago and stuff. I just was asking as an open question.
It doesn't look like many of them will be impacted based on the sketches, but I don't know what the grading would look like. Maybe they would be.
I think maybe the applicant can answer that, but I would agree. I think they've done a good job of
Okay.
limiting the impact to those wooded areas, particularly on the north side. It's a pretty small impact there, but they can speak better.
That's all right. I'm okay with that. Then the other question that I had at some point in this, the conversation or the writing was, is that their intent was to build the first building first and the second building at some point at a later date.
That's always has to be the case no matter what.
I understand,
First
but
building's first, second one at a later date.
First nail.
would you turn the mic off? And slap him. Anyhow, where I'm going is I would like to make sure that we continue doing what we've done in the past, is that east-west road on the north. And then I'll just be silly, the curvy one to the south be completed all the way over to the next property, not halfway done and then completed when the second building goes in. That makes sense. That's what we do, correct? Those roads would be complete no matter when they build the second building.
You know, I think we can certainly look at that as part of the feasibility study. We're concerned about emergency vehicle access and public safety access as much as the public works. And I suspect the applicant's probably not gonna want to build a temporary cul-de-sac for a year and then extend it, but they could speak to that. I think that's a detail that we can work out.
Yep, those are just concerns from landowners and such in the past. So again, the design, the mindset on what this was set up for, I understand. My view, it looks like a lot more of those trees are being affected, but I'll go with what you guys are talking about.
Well, they can provide some information if the project proceeds. I did want to answer a
Yeah.
question that was raised about what the property next door is planned for. And the property to the west has a buffer of mixed use. And then it transitions to low density residential, and it's very
Right.
intentional to go from industrial to mixed use to the low density residential. And then I did want to mention the streets. So the street plan from the Northeast District is on the screen, and those access points were developed in conjunction with Hennepin County. And this plan is generally consistent with that. We do think that the northern road might need to slide a tiny bit to the south. Access will be permitted by Hennepin County, so we'll need to work with them. And then, that's where we're focused. I would note, we did receive some comments from the city of Maple Grove, and I know you.
Yeah, we
posted
saw
that
'em
there
too.
on the record. I think next slide, Jay. I don't think I had, so next steps, if the council supports the concepts, the next step would be the environmental assessment worksheet. That's required because it's more than 300,000 square feet of commercial or industrial property. And then as part of the EAW, we complete the feasibility study. That's where the big questions about infrastructure get addressed. Once that's completed, it comes back to you, gets distributed for public comment. And then at the end of that process, the applicant can submit an application, and the application would be for preliminary plat and either variances for those couple of items we talked about related to the truck zone, that's the 0 setback for parking, and those islands in the truck zone, not doing them. Or they could request a zoning ordinance amendment plus a site plan approval. And then the final step would be a final plat. This is not a PUD, so that's just a final plat development.
Kendrick, may I ask you guys?
Go for it.
I need some help interpreting, and I'm open to anyone. I didn't understand the letter from Mark, and I didn't know what they were saying, and I needed a little, I asked for some clarification, and I didn't understand their clarification.
I think it's still on.
And I'm serious about it. I usually understand things, I just didn't get it. What was their beef? And I want to take it seriously, because
If I may take a swing at it, and staff will correct me on this. Maple Grove, in their planning process, has perceived that the alignment of that road would be in a different location. It's my understanding that as of yet, they haven't invested the staff time to fully explore that, but that's where they have templated it. And even before we received those comments, staff recognized, as they were doing analysis and review of this, that there may be the necessity to move where the applicant has put the road, move it south. And so the reality would be probably somewhere between where Maple Grove would like it to be, somewhere between where it was initially templated. It will end up somewhere in there and will continue to work. The other component that they asked for was, and would you please pay for our reviewing how to do that? That doesn't seem like a good or an appropriate request on their part. And so we didn't really speak more to that. We're more concerned about the alignment of the road.
Can the comment you made about staff identified it might have to shift further south, what is that based on?
Our northeast district plan. The spacing guidelines.
It's also based on the floodplain. There's a big floodplain that hasn't really been defined up in that area.
On our side of the border?
On our side.
Both sides.
Okay,
So it's a combination of a lot of stuff. This is a concept level, once they
Yep.
dig into it and fit stuff a little better.
okay.
We anticipate it coming a little bit south.
The EAW will flush out the details that are necessary to determine where the appropriate location for the road is.
But in combination of Hennepin County and all that, so it's a combination of a bunch of stuff, we just.
Yeah.
Anticipate it might have to come a little bit south.
Is the spacing fine for Hennepin County's restraints between
Yep.
where the roads
so
are?
I think the issue is kind of I'm oversimplifying, but Maple Grove had a plan and got that approved.
Yeah, I don't
More
care
re-
about Maple
no,
Grove's
yeah.
plan.
We got a plan, we are defined, most recently, we've been
Yeah.
developing here, so we've got a revised plan that's 2 years old. And surprised that this one intersection is a couple hundred feet off.
The confusing part is that it is different than our plan a little bit farther north, but there never was alignment
In the two plans, I think, my speculation is that Maple Grove's plan's older, they have obviously a different view of that, but we've looked at ours twice in every development along the way, and we've placed our plan for the feedback we've got in the last 6 years I was here. That conflicts with Maple Grove. Ultimately, the county decides that.
Right.
We'll advocate for what we think makes the most sense, and it's gonna be based on the the technical stuff. It's gonna be the floodplain, the wetland mitigation, what makes the roads work. Maple Grove's is spaced on the minimum spacing, ours is spaced on an appropriate spacing. So I feel that we should be advocating for an appropriate. We should evaluate it appropriately, and it shouldn't just be at half-mile spacing. It should be an appropriate spacing. We should consider our neighbors across the road at a broad level, but we just need to make sure it works. And I think there is more common ground than maybe what Maple Grove's representing. And I would say this was a good effort by the team here presenting it. At a concept level, you don't have a floodplain elevation defined. So I think this is a fair representation on what they would like to see, and as the details get defined, it's probably going to move south a little bit. Ultimately, kind of the county decides. So that's kind of how I think it's going to play out.
Okay,
Thank you.
I would imagine one of the concerns we hear from residents would be the incoming and outgoing truck traffic. But until 610 is developed, I would imagine most truck traffic will come off 94 to access this versus coming up 30.
think, yeah. On the data interchange.
Yeah.
I think we anticipate that, but that's what the feasibility EAW is gonna focus on. They'll make projections on that, like they do.
All right. So we touched on trail. Overall site plan, generally supportive, generally is.
Ignore most of what I said.
No?
Ignore most of what I
Oh,
said.
you want-
I'm
you
okay
want
with it. I was,
Okay.
I'm actually fine without the trail touching this property.
Okay.
Knowing that the other property is gonna have residential and mixed use, if mixed use,
Probably.
if mixed use is buffering it, you'll probably, the next developer will probably want the trail going next to their residential.
Fair point. Yeah, I think I could be swayed either way on that.
maybe even move it to the western border of that property, in between the
Yeah.
small acre lots and whatever were to go on that. Is that what you're thinking?
I wouldn't recommend moving it that far, because we've heard a lot of contention from people that
Okay.
have existing homes in the community, that when they see that trail going across their property or behind their property, they're like, I don't want that in my backyard, even though I want a trail.
Frankly, I'd be interested in hearing what parks and planning have to say. If it goes forward and goes through those processes.
Three Rivers is already have that defined space to the east.
I just gave the mayor a
Oh,
map that I received today. That's the latest version of their map that shows it along the lines of what Kendra shared. It's further west. And then it has the search area that Councilmember Bottom was talking about further south.
Okay.
For what would be considered the Weaver Lake Regional Trail, and as was discussed, coming adjacent to City Park. And coming through the north side of the future Corcoran Town Square or City Center. That would be the east-west corridor.
I think I'd just be interested to hear what our commissions have to say through that process, so.
Yeah, and through the EAW, Three Rivers will be notified, they'll weigh in a
Yep.
little bit, and we'll continue to chat with them, so. I think that the trail issue's a big issue, we talked, I felt like there was some support for the variance in the truck.
I think there's.
Yes.
support for that, yep.
I didn't hear consensus necessarily on the buffer in the southwest corner. Is there anything else that the applicants who've also waited a long time to hear the comment should hear from you?
Is there anything else the applicant would like feedback on specifically? Or just to talk about?
I feel an obligation to come up there.
Sounds good.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Rick Kelby, I represent Temple Real Estate. Thank you very much for your feedback so far, and thanks to staff, and Natalie, and Kevin. It's been great to work with. I've been in their office several times, seeking direction and guidance. Great. Temple, we plan Class A development for sure. All the projects we do. I high standards, and we think this will bring a lot of economic impact, positive impact to the city of Corcoran. So we're happy about that, and your questions and comments so far have all been thoughtful. With regard to that buffer to the southeast, we'll definitely do some imagery out there, likely sooner than later to try to get it in the leafless season, leafless stage, because that'll be the most visible. But I do think in any event, I call it front court in between the buildings will be very consistent with the design we currently have.
That'll be very helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. In terms of tree preservation, we really went kind of a long way to try to work with the existing topography and tree groves. There is some with that northern roadway where it's located that staff mentioned. It's kind of an engineering exercise to get a final placement.
Yeah.
of Staff. I think that'll work itself out. May shift down a little bit. Naturally, we'd like it to be as far north as it can be to maximize the buildable acreage of the property and the economic impact of that. But the engineering watershed will kind of dictate where that is. And on that topic, I looked at the Maple Grove concerns with regard to the wetlands on their side of the east side of 101. And checking some of the historical photographs, I think we could make that curve in the road on their side, on the west side of 101 without impacting the wetlands. But again, we'll study all that further. What else was mentioned? Oh, the road extension. Understand your point, Councilmember Varenkamp. We would not like to build roads to nowhere if we don't have to. So our intention with the phasing our desire would be to build the road only through phase 1, build it during phase 2, and have a cul-de-sac, a temporary one for a turnaround. Now, if the western property owner, future developer starts that project and is in a position to connect those roads before we're ready for phase 2, we'd be willing to commit to building it at that time to ensure that they have their connection. That would be acceptable too. Aside from that, I think those were the primary comments I heard, and just again, thank you for your feedback.
Thank you.
Here for as long as you
Almost
need at this
the
point.
next day.
You're still here until tomorrow. So
Thank you.
15 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're good there. Move on to item 8F, which, just a reminder, we're not approving any of the specifics. We're just we're discussing to approve the work plan to then address these issues.
I don't have, for the work plan, I don't have any slides.
Oh.
Okay, I was like, no, not there.
Ravinia? Rivera?
Essentially, I changed gears to, go on more of a task-based work plan to accommodate the deadlines that we're running up against. So task 1 is going to be to evaluate and clarify use and/or assignment of development rights within rural commercial areas and transitional rural commercial zoning districts. With that, going to the planning commission April 4th, so next week for some initial discussion. And then providing planning commission discussion summary and the business community survey summary to council on April 25th. Having a first draft available for a joint work session on May 23rd to work through with planning commission and city council. And then potentially public hearing June 6th, city council session June 27th. That is very aggressive, but that would be how to get it done by June 27th. So we have to be very organized and ready to make some decisions, or we certainly have a year. We can push it out by a month or so, but just keep in mind, we also have subsequent tasks that we also need to keep in mind. So task 2 is dealing with the storage. So again, I am anticipating some planning commission feedback on April 4th and providing that on April 25th. But for that, just so that my capacity is focused where it needs to be focused, I wouldn't plan on having a first draft of that until July. And the planning commission public hearing as soon as August 1st. And then with city council adoption and lifting the moratorium potentially as soon as August 22nd. We have until October 12th before that moratorium expires. So that gives us about a month of leeway should we need it. And then, once we get the moratoriums taken care of, we can do the comprehensive review of the commercial industrial zoning districts. Again, I'm getting some initial feedback next week that will be brought back to you at the end of the month. And then hopefully starting to move forward with drafting in October, we're probably gonna have more than one draft, but theoretically could be some adoption as soon as November, potentially December.
Sounds good.
Okay, if you-
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the.
Can I ask a question? How does this affect the property out County Road 30 and 19?
So the first.
Is this
task-
part of that?
Yeah, that's task one.
Okay. So that my only question is make that property owner aware of the timeline now, so there's no surprises or progress, if you know what I'm talking about.
We did provide that we would work to June. My only concern is this isn't a definite timeline. I can certainly.
I think we'll hear.
He can read it.
You guys know what I'm asking, it's.
Why don't you just let them know?
We'll give them an update.
Okay. Anything else? I'll
No.
make a motion to approve the work plan as laid out by Nat.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. On. Do I believe we just have some. What, I made it this far without getting lost in my.
We're on page 2, I think.
No, staff report. You can zip through that.
Yeah, I've got a staff report on. Planning project updates. Anything of note that's not in the printed? Nope. Okay, city council schedule is also printed there and subject to plenty of change as always. And then with that. City council is going into closed session to consider an offer for real estate or personal property under the authority of Minnesota statute 13D.05 subdivision 3C3. The city is permitted to close the meeting to consider offers and counter offers for the purchase or sale of real or personal property. The city council is going into closed session to consider an offer for real estate or personal property. Following properties are the subject of the first closed meeting. Water supply treatment equipment. Secondly, the city council is going into a second closed session to consider an offer for real estate or personal property. The following properties are the subject of the second closed meeting. PID 2311923430008. We are in closed session. Discuss property, staff was provided direction. Second closed session, the city council discussed an offer for real estate or personal property, and staff was provided direction. And with that, just into the new day, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.